Hello, this is stream number 128, or 2 to the power of 8. 7. 2 to the power of 8 is 256. I'm not that far yet. 2 to the 7. So today I'm working more on C++ backend stuff again. I started some work Thursday where I was redesigning how clients make requests of servers, and it was a pretty substantial redesign, and I'm going to try to finish it today. So I had been working on tracking on the server side which client is logged into which server and all that stuff, adding a feedback path from the executor to the coordinator. So it's a bunch of different design changes. And I got all of the login and change profile, change password, set password, all that stuff working. Did a lot of that off stream. Today I'm going to try to finish that out. So I have a logout command now, but I'm not using it. And also this, I'm not sure if I really want this as current player's message between servers. Either I will put that in, or I will just make the leader server figure out who's still logged in based off of what information it has. But anyway, these are necessary to keep accurate track of who's logged in. So if we disconnect a client, we need to mark that they're no longer connected. And hopefully I get through this stuff, and when I do, I will be able to do this where we prevent multiple logins. I have a bunch of tests set up for this where we just don't want to permit a client to issue commands if they are representing a player who has logged in elsewhere since. All right. I want to make sure also my prototype is still running, just in case I want to show it. Okay, it is. All right. Cool. Yeah, I can only run one game at a time because they're using the same port numbers. I should probably change that. Bad token. Unlock my token. Interesting. That shouldn't have happened. When I restarted the game, it should have accepted my token. Let me just really quickly debug that, if I can. I'd have to pick the last WebSocket. This one. Okay. Question is, does that token match what's in the game state? Yeah, I thought I fixed that on Thursday. What's going on? What is the token? That's weird. Why did it say it's bad? Bad token. Term 2, right? What term are we in now? Term 2. Yeah, what the heck? Oh, wait a minute. No, that's the token we tried to use. It has to match this token. Maybe the token is off. Is old. It looks the same. That's the actual token. And then the token here. Oh, I wonder if it's the time. That might be it. I might have it set to expire like really quickly. The token matches, but maybe the time isn't right. So expiry is set to that. And what's the actual login time? This one. No? It shouldn't have expired. That's interesting. And what's the error we got back? Bad token? Yeah, bad token. Interesting. Huh. I wonder what it could have been. This is trying to renew the token, by the way. Yeah, so it tries to extend it for another 200 seconds. Yeah, that token should have worked. Wonder what's going on. Anyway, if I type in my password again, log in, I should get a new token. The token is now new. If I refresh, it should reuse that. Huh. I take the cluster offline, start it up again, and now try to re-log in. Yeah, that time it worked. Yeah, it's weird. And not quite sure why it didn't work before. We'll wait for it to happen again. If it happens again, I should probably have stuff prepared to debug it more. So let me put in some more diagnostics. All right, looks like there are 3 times that we return bad token. Either the IP address doesn't match, the token doesn't match, or the login has expired, or it's past the expiration time of the token. So I can put in some diagnostics here. I spell it right. Well, that was a stealth cough. Snuck up on me and I didn't mute my mic in time. All right, so I don't know where my diagnostics are. I don't even have diagnostics in the executor, it looks like. Interesting. Well, let's add it. No better time than the present, right? Diagnostic sender. Let's add a diagnostic sender. And journal has diagnostics, right? No? I don't have diagnostics in the journal either, huh? Hey there, Romani, I hate. I'm going okay, except for I just got a stealth cough. I started coughing. All of a sudden, I didn't even know I was going to cough, and I feel bad about that. Feel bad whenever I don't mute my mic in time. I'm trying to find where did I use diagnostics in one of these components. I guess I didn't. Oh, I need to get rid of reconciler. He's been designed out. Huh. I don't use diagnostics in any of these components. I know I have them here. Okay, so we'll just copy from here. And don't need that anymore. All right, executor now has diagnostic system. Databases are killing you. What are they doing to you? I don't have databases yet in my stuff. I'm probably going to get killed by databases too when I add them. Databases can be tricky things, right? And as we all heard on Adam's channel earlier this morning, it's not a good idea to have a database with an admin party or basically no authentication, right? But I bet your problem is something more complicated, right? Some kind of a complicated query or performance issue or something like that. Okay, that's how we do it, right? And then now I need to have some registration. What's my subscription model? Probably in here. 21 million records. So yeah, I thought it would be something like performance. So you have to try to find out what's the most efficient way to do your queries with huge numbers of records. Or maybe it's too big for one instance to handle. You need to partition it or something. Over 100 million records? Yeah, I heard that partitioning is one thing you could try, right? I know nothing about it other than the word partition to me implies that you're breaking up the database into smaller pieces, and then maybe you have a server for each piece. But I don't know anything more than that. Yes, I'm going to take this, subscribe to diagnostics, and just ruthlessly copy it. Ruthlessly to executor. Oh, I already have a subscribe. You know, I should have made that more precise because now I'm going to have two different subscribes. There's subscribe to diagnostics. I guess I'll just go ahead and do it. Rename it to subscribe to execution events. This is subscribe to executions. It sounds brutal. This is NoSQL. Oh, NoSQL is a database that had some kind of novel design where you don't actually use SQL. That's what the name implies, right? Or am I totally wrong? You only know how to do inner join. Yeah, so you have to get knowledge, as Kit Boga's scammers would say, right? You will come to know everything once you get knowledge. Okay, for that to work, I need this to go there. All right, and then this will copy from... How come that didn't stay open? This one. Get educated. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right now, sadly, for what I'm doing, I'm not using a database at all. I'm just using plain files. But I keep thinking at some point I'm probably going to have to switch to a database to make it faster. Okay, here we go. This goes down here. Right about here. So my family got hit by another bug of some kind. My wife was out with a fever. I'm hoping I don't get it. But it's the same thing where everyone's getting like this cough, congestion and stuff, and then it progresses to some kind of weird viral fever thing. Okay, this is just defined. Why is this not working? It may not be redeclared. Redeclared. How am I redeclaring it? I don't feel like I'm redeclaring it. Oh, wait a minute. It's because it's got no body. Got no body. Okay, this is where I had an aggregated set of reporters. I don't need to do anything that complicated. All I need to do is impl shared diagnostic sender dot subscribe delegate min level. Return the unsubscription delegate. Okay, good. So the subscribe to subscribe, the name, the subscribe function, that rename is going to cause things to break. So let me go fix that right now. What is this telling me? Can't even read that. It's off the page. Overloaded member function not found. Overloaded member function not found. I don't know what that means. System abstractions is not a class or namespace. Really? Oh. Why is that? Oh, because I'm not including the right header. That makes sense. I thought I actually added that. I might have added it in the wrong place. Did I add it maybe here by mistake? I did. So this needs to... Actually, this doesn't even include its own header. What am I doing? Oh, it does. No, it does. It's right here. I just need this to be moved one level up to there. Hey there, Frost Ice Cold. How are you doing? So Romani, hey, JSON stuff is for what you're storing. Oh no, what I'm doing, right? Isn't a database more relayable? Yeah. Right now. What I'm doing is just JSON stuff and files, and it's just because it's easy, quick, and easy to do. You're recovering from a game jam. Oh, that sounds fun. But why do you need to recover from it? Isn't that a fun thing? Or is it fun but exhausting? One of those. On execute right here. This subscribe thing. This is where I renamed it. It's subscribe. You can subscribe to multiple things now. 48 hours. Wow. It's like a marathon coding session. Okay, I'm looking for here. Other places where I need to rename it. So many errors on that one line. Oh no, it's just recycling. Okay. You made it with Phaser 3, a JS framework. I worked with Phaser 3 a couple days ago. That was yeah, on Friday. I tried out Phaser. I actually got it working. You want to see it? How do I show that? Why is this not? Actually, this doesn't even need to be open. How do I close that one tab? Close tab, yes. Okay, here. That was all on the front end, right? And so I had a branch for that. There we go, Phaser. And how come it didn't reload? There we go. So yeah, I had it so that I could show with a Pixie version on top and the Phaser version on the bottom. Control plus W. Control plus W. That was, you're answering something I was looking for, but I already forgotten what I was looking for. I'm sorry. Oh, to close. Yeah, okay. So let me test my knowledge. You're saying I can just hit Control W. Nope, didn't work. Looks like for me it's Win Alt Delete, which I'm never gonna be able to remember. Win Alt Delete? That's crazy. Why would anyone have that as a key combination? It works though. Okay, anyway. Check it out. I have both Pixie.js, the original UI I wrote for my prototype, and then Phaser. It turns out, I think it's pretty much the same amount of work, bonuses, I mean not bonuses, pluses and minuses, just different. So I might not be using Phaser 3 correctly, but yeah, my impression was I had to do the same amount of work. Phaser 3 really didn't give me an advantage over Pixie. It was just different. But I might still use Phaser because Phaser has web audio as well as WebGL. So anyway, yeah, I worked on that Friday. It was interesting. Frustrating at times. You have commander, right, instead of, what am I using? CMD, EMU? I don't know how to say that as one word. You have to reflect sun particles to revive planets. That's an interesting idea. 0 arts. So what does that mean? 0 arts. Does that mean you didn't have to do the artwork? There is no art? You used free art or something like that? Theme was reflection, I see. Or you're doing it in shaders maybe. And the art is just the shader stuff. These placeholders, oh, I see. So you said like sun here, planet here for placeholders. I get it. That's what I should do. Not obsess so much about having real art. And let's try to build this now. Still missing something. Oh, did not override. Ah, I know where that is. That is another set of renames I have to do. There we go. Everyone contributed with line drawings, like Adam Art. Adam Art. Again, some renames. Oh, cool. Let's look at it. Is this on the web? Oh, look at that. When I resized the window, it didn't resize the You got a little bit of a resize issue there, son. That's fine. How do I turn off the audio? Okay, well, how do I control this? I don't know how to control it. Is it keyboard? Use with arrows, okay. Oh, I see. And then what am I supposed to do here? Oh, I'm reflecting it. Okay. This is all. Does it only reflect when I'm moving? Oh, wow. Okay. Yep, I'm out of health. Let's try that again. That's cool, though. This is all in phaser, you said, right? So I have to be moving to reflect it? Oh, no, it still reflects it when it bounces off my head. Okay. Why is it... So I can't control... Okay, so I really need to avoid running into that bad guy, I guess. Yes, I'm giving those guys sunlight. But how do I give sunlight to the other guys? I'm not controlling the angle at all, I see. Oh, oh no, it's gonna kill me. Ah! Okay, that's pretty cool. In 48 hours? I aim with the mouse. I see. So I gotta do this two-handed. Okay. So you're saying if I wanted to give those guys light, I see. Oh, no, I'm not. I have to be watching where I am and aiming and moving. I see. Got me playing your game. This is pretty good for 48 hours. Must admit. Does this guy represent, like, pollution? Is he a pollution troll? I like the little, what is that, rainbow cat. Who, the name of which, the meme I can't remember. It has something, I see. He's generic bad guy. He's really chasing me around now. Oh, I ran out of health somehow. Okay. 60 seconds, I see. Added lighting. That's pretty good. I like it. Bravo. Good job. The sun emits light to the planet. Oh, right, this with the lighting. Nice. Nyan Cat is the name, right? Cool. Good job. Excellent. I feel like I don't have my chair quite lined up here today. All right, so I have I have diagnostics in there, but I don't have them hooked up. I want to hook them up, I think, in the main program. Right, just like I hook up all these other ones. So execute. How come I don't see executor? Where's executor? Where's executor? Oh, he's not set up until down here. Subscribe. There we go. Hey there, Clayman. So Frost Ice Cold, you had to do normal mapping. Yeah, that makes sense. I know a little bit of that stuff. The normal mapping to compute for the shader how much to light each pixel, right? Okay, so now whenever I have a bad token, it should show me here. Oh, I know. I've been meaning to do this. I want to update my stage script. Because right now, it always copies the config file. And I want to have a version of this which does not. Let me save this as update instead of stage, for lack of a better name. And here I will not change the config. Just that. Let's change to its call, right? So if I can make stage do something like this. Hold on. Did I get that right? Yeah, call, update, and then just copy the config. All right. Now what happens when I get a bad token? Which means I have to simulate a bad token. How would I simulate a bad token? Oh, I know. I can do that. Hold on. I can do that by taking the cluster offline and then hacking, Atom hack, the game state. Let's do that. Actually, to do that, since it's replicated, I gotta do it in 3 places. Okay, see ya, Fresh Ice Coach. Thanks for showing us your game jam. For anyone who didn't see it, here's Frost Ice Cold's game jam. 48 hours, pretty impressive. All right, here's the game state, and I'm going to hack the hash here. Not the hash, the login token. This thing. I'm just going to put in a little extra, or let's change the T to an S. And then I'll just take this entire game state and paste it everywhere else. And now I've hacked the token, so it won't work. Now when I run it, I should actually right away get a error message out. Okay, I didn't. Shoot, I'm missing something. Did I report the error correctly? Oh, I never put him in. Look at that. Okay, let's put him in. All that mechanism, I never actually did a publish. Okay, so what am I saying here? Formatted? Level 3, let's say token mismatch. Let's just say on login, or login, token mismatch for user, for player. Just being lazy, using string formatting. "60 days until Ludum Dare." Can't wait. I'm not sure what code jam Frost Ice Cold was in, but there was... Who was it? Homemade Hero was also in a 4-man code jam, so maybe there was something else going on. I don't know. We'll have to ask him next time we see him. Okay. So this is the token IP address. Let's call this one token value. Basically, I want to see which one of these it is whenever, because I had a bad token error happen when I shouldn't have earlier today. I wanted to see more information about it the next time it happens. Token expired. All right, let's build that. Update and then serve again. And oh, actually, there we go. Token value mismatch. And I'm not printing it correctly. That should be a .c string. Interesting that we're seeing it when it replays a log, though. IP address mismatch shouldn't happen. Let's print out more information. Player that pop-up window is annoying me. Empty string. Okay. Interesting. Let me actually print something out when it doesn't fail. So that would be here. Login. Token success. Actually, I should have put another one in here. Password success. Now it's fully instrumented. Oh, we're not seeing account creation, which generates tokens as well. So let me add that. That is on create player. Change profile, create player. Here we go. So I guess we're printing it here. Create player. Created player. That. Created me. Then there was an IP address mismatch. I wonder if there's a bug in how I am storing the IP address when we create player here. Oh, that's what it... No, here it is. Never mind. Oh, look at that. It's blank. That is a bug. That might be why it didn't work. That's probably why it didn't work. That should not be blank, so I need to fix that. What else is here that might be wrong? So there's the token, login token. The expiry is there, it's just the IP address is blank. Let me verify that by actually creating another account. Let's make Raimu2. I didn't type something incorrectly. What did I do wrong? Better horse staple. Okay. Oh no, there's the IP address. That's weird. How did it get blank the other time? Very strange. Let me start over from nothing. So just do it. We'll blow everything away. Let's try this again. I should make I should really use auto hotkey and make a hotkey for that. Okay. What do we get in the journal? Oh yeah, look at that. It's empty. Why is it empty? Try again. It's empty again. But it wasn't empty one time. Unless maybe I wasn't looking at it correctly. Maybe it's always empty and I'm just not, I was just looking at the wrong entry before. Okay, this is a bug then. It's probably why I got the bad token earlier. Okay, is this printing up correct things? Yeah, correct. Right. Oh, we're seeing it 3 times because we see it from every single server. I guess that's fine. We should probably also print out which server they're on. While I'm at it, I'll do that. Connected via, or let's just say via server D, server ID. And I'll add that to all the other commands. I mean, all the other print statements here. All right, we're going to add that to there, there, and there. Oh, one more. All right. So now I have a message. Do I want level 3? I can do 2s. 2s still show up. I'll probably end up reducing these. I'll probably keep these diagnostics in there, but reduce these levels later when I don't care to see them anymore. Let's print one up here. Player does not exist. All right. And then let me check down the bug. So that would be when the command is actually constructed. And that would be in, I think it was authentication? Let's find out. Just look for create, create. No, it's not in authentication. How about profile? Create player. There it is. On register. No, it sets the IP address. Unless this IP address is not right. Which is entirely possible. Let's see where I get that address from. Here's where the message originally comes in. And it was happening when we're talking to a follower, not the leader. So it's the follower forwarding. Oh yeah, look at that. It's not passed through. Okay. I wonder if I have the same bug on a lot of the other messages then. Wherever we have this forwarded message. This one is change profile. Actually, it's only going to be the ones that cause a login. So that's only 3 places. This being one of them. Okay. So I think I just didn't test this correctly. In my profile tests, find the test that's involved. It was create player forwarded from follower, right? This one. It doesn't actually have any of the other fields that it should have. Oh, wait a minute. No, it does. This one's fine. It's just missing the IP address. Yeah, we're not checking it here either. Okay, let's do that. So, bookmark. Mock client, I think is the... So there's the email address that we need. I mean, the IP address we need to make sure we see. It should be here. And then I suppose we should put it in here. None ya business to make sure it gets put into the command. So whatever IP address we put there should show up near where I had the client ID here in the record. Or was it record? I think it was record. Actually, it really goes down here, doesn't it? Oh no, wait a minute. Here's the expiry. Where's the token? I'm not testing the login token either. Oh, because it's generated. Right, but we should check the email address. Command record auth IP address for login token. There we go. All right. Let's see those tests fail and we'll fix the code. Uh-oh, didn't build. $151. That happens if we don't cast a string because the limitation on my JSON class probably have the same mistake down somewhere else, right? Actually, no. Just one place. All right. So run tests. These tests take a while to run now. Anyway. There's the bug. Reproduced. So it should be an easy fix where I was looking where it gets forwarded. Profile, did it not? It didn't keep the file open. This one. Right, so here I think I just need to do forwarded. Oh, it's we sort in client, right? Client AP address? Yeah. Okay, make sure that that fixes the bug. Yay! Bug is fixed. So, let's try again here. I need to start over completely. And we'll create a new account. Okay. Really need to improve my OS efficiency, don't I? Okay, game journal. There we go. And there it is. Okay, so I should be able to just hit refresh and it logs me in again. Cool. Now let me... What am I going to do here now? I already tested that it prints out stuff for bad token. I know, let's log out and then log in with the incorrect password. Bad password, and I should see it here too. I don't see it. Interesting. It should have shown me bad password unless I... The command is there, right? Yeah, there's a login with the bad password. Hash doesn't match, right? So it should have printed something here. Oh, I returned before. Okay, so let's just move that code up. Inside here. Oh, wait a minute. No, the problem is I didn't do it at all. Okay. So it goes here. Password mismatch. All right. Cool thing is I don't actually have to redo my work on the client. I can just test it. That shows up when I do a replay, which is update and serve. There we go. It says create player, login password match. And then password mismatch. There we go. It does look a little bit confusing that we see it from 3 different servers. Maybe I only want to print it out if The server matches our own server. It didn't actually print out when we logged in successfully with a token either, did it? Yeah, how come it didn't print out the successful token login? Hash is empty. So it matches. It should have printed that. Unless, let me double check that my config is, the level is not cut off. Orchestrator, and then config. Oh, I have it set to 3. Okay. How come I'm seeing messages printed out at level 2 though? Yeah, why am I seeing level 2 messages? That connecting message, where does it come from? Make connection synchronous. It's called from make connection. WebGate make connection, okay. Interesting that some messages say WebGate, but this one didn't. Oh, because I'm just using that. And, okay, I'm chaining. It's going to call that. Yeah, that's fine. It should call that. Okay. Yeah, so it all goes back to the main program. How the WebGate. Yeah. This threshold. Oh, wait a minute, that threshold's 2, I think, by default. That might be why. I think the default threshold is 2. Zero. So we let everything through? Thought I had that defaulted somewhere. Oh, I guess I took it out. How did you set up your C++ environment? I have a little video on YouTube for that I recorded for people. It covers multiple things. So it covers setting up C++ environment, but it also covers Google tests and test-driven development. So yeah, take a look at the video I made there. So I show how I set up a project from nothing with these extensions, the C++, and the CMake tools. What I do not cover is a couple things I added since then, which are the Test Explorer to show the unit tests. I don't have that in the video, but I showed the basic setup. This threshold I'm setting, I think it's 0, but then there's this other, did I not pin that file? I didn't pin the file. I'll have to go find it again. Actually, if I go to here and then I can go click next to it. Okay, yeah. This threshold is set to 3. And that is used. Hold on, where is it used? This diag level. Oh, okay. It's used here for orchestrator diagnostics threshold. Right, so it's still generated. We just don't see it here if it came from a realm. So, oh, okay. Right, these are level 2, and we see them because they're coming from the orchestrator directly. All of these ones are coming from the realm servers, and we're not seeing anything under level 3 for them because of the threshold I had set. So what if I just... I want to see these messages for now. We'll just set them to 3 for now, to match that threshold I had set. Okay, and then we can just do update and serve again. Replay those logins. Created player. Okay, there we go. Token success. And then login mismatch. And then we see the same thing for the other 2 servers because they're replaying the same log. All right. Cool. Let me check this in as a fix. This one right here. That, and then the test that goes with it is this line. Actually, these 2. All of this. Right, so this is the fix. The fix bug in create player. Include IP address of client in create player. Messages sent to cluster leader. All right, let's check in these other things here. This one I have, okay, split stage script. Actually, let's say extract Windows scripts improvements. Improvement. Make W update contain all of what W stage had previously, except for updating the configuration file. Like W stage, call W update, and also update the, and also this should be copy. Copy the configuration file. The reason why I split that up is the configuration is actually built from the log. I don't have any commands in here, but if I had commands for changing the configuration and then we re-copied the original configuration, the cluster gets really confused saying, hey, we have to reapply those configuration changes again. And I don't want that to happen. So I will just be doing the update one, which doesn't copy the configuration file. And stage is if I do want to also copy the configuration file. All right, so these changes were all in adding diagnostic messages to the executor. Including all the messages here. Let's break it up into 2 separate commits. So let's just add the diagnostic system and then we'll unstage this hunk as using the system to log whenever someone logs in or can't log in. Hold on, let me respond to a text. It's just a second. All right. One more text. Sorry about that. All right. This check-in is add diagnostics system to executor. And then this one is report diagnostics to executor for login create player. All right, push that. Okay. What's next? You know what I forgot to do is I didn't make Trello cards for my work today. Maybe I should go update that, huh? Sound good? This is probably old. Yeah, we did that. I did that. Not this stream, I did it before. Archive, yes. Right, this... Actually, this is done. I haven't updated this in a while. That's done. We're going to do that. Isn't that the same thing? What am I doing here? Why do I have two cards for the same thing? Yeah, let's just destroy this one. Or archive it, and then we'll put that there. Okay. Good. This wasn't quite done because we're not actually using the login command. So let me uncheck that one. I added it, but we're not actually using it. And then this one is so that this is mostly for if a server. Let me think about this. If the leadership of the cluster changes, the new leader might have missed messages about clients being logged out. So that updates. Basically, we'll have every follower send that so that the leader can figure out, oh, well, I missed a certain set of logouts, so I'll go and append them. And yeah, we're going to do that one. Right, so the work so far hasn't even been really my plan. It's been fixing the bug I saw while I was testing things out. Okay, so we're going to append a logout command or send the current player's message when hanging up on a client who was logged in. Okay, so I need to make this current player's message. Command tests. New command. So I'm going to copy the tests from an old command and make it for the new one. So instead of log out, it's going to be current players. So this should be a list, right? Or hold on. It's one server, right? Actually, no, this isn't even this doesn't need to be a command, does it? Yeah, this doesn't need to be a command. What am I thinking? It's a message, not a command. Okay, yeah. So I don't need a command. I need a message though. So we're going to send that message when hanging up on a client. So I guess that is what? Messaging? Is the right place to put the checks, or would it be profile? Actually, where do I test log out? That'd be a good place. Probably auth, actually. Yeah, auth. Auth is kind of big though. It's 1600 lines. Profile? Maybe I want to move log out to profile as well then. Yeah, let's do it. It's a big test. We're gonna move log out to profile tests, which means I need to change all these auth players to profiles. Make sure that worked. And probably the code too, right? Let me look. If auth handles log out, yeah, then that should go to profile as well. So yeah, let's move all this. So on log out, it's just one function? Okay. Oh, actually there's logout and there's player logout, right? Which isn't here. Okay, fine. It's just profile. It's just a logout. Let's put it... Oh, actually, it kind of goes here, doesn't it? Why is player login here? I forget. Anyway, let's put it here. I was just there. Here it is. Put it near on player logout. So right here. And that auth becomes player profile, and then in the main table here, I'm moving it from auth to profile. Build, right? Let's see if I missed anything. Still works. Run all the tests to be sure. We'll check that in as its own little commit. So move log out handling from auth to profile. Make sure I did it correctly here. That's a test for it. There's the table switch, and there's the move. Okay. Everything's still passing, isn't it? That's what we want to see. All right, so profile. Why do we have logout? Oh, logout, that's the normal logout. Okay, from if you're logging out from the leader. Got it. So we're going to duplicate all three of these tests and make it... Actually, I don't need all three. Really that... what did I call it again? Current players message is only between servers, so it's not... It has nothing to do with client to leader, so it's here. Current players. Oh, thanks for following. Half bakes or half backs makes me think of half baked for some reason. Current player. Oh, that should be an S. So when do we forward to the leader? That would be whenever we hang up. Let's make this more explicit. So current players sent on client hang up. Actually, I need it in two places. When a client hangs up, and also, let's make a placeholder. On leadership change. I'm an infamous / space to do, which means I'll never do it. Just out of curiosity, how many of those do I have now? Okay, don't count G-test. I don't know why they, like, this isn't my stuff, this is Google's stuff. Look at that. Well, we should email that guy saying, hey, you should do the thing. Anyway, I got one that in auth, 3 in profile, 1 in wrapped, a whole bunch in executor. Oh, those are the ones I put in last night that I probably want to handle today if I have time. 1 in journal tests. Oh, really? Is that true? Have memory leaks there? Not that it matters too much. This is only in the failure to start up case. Anyway. Back to where we were. Current players. Right, so add a test user. I don't need... Actually, this is important because this makes sure that we control how the peer server connects to us. So we are mobilizing as, I think it's 85 by default. 85. And we're saying we become a follower of server 1337, who is the leader. And then Alex logs in. We reset the messages the peer has received. I think what we do here is we'll just disconnect. I think it's peer WS client close. You get that right? What's 1005? I don't even remember what that code is. It's interesting. I don't have that documented anywhere. Well, where's my WebSocket HTTP? Let's just follow that link. 1005. Applications expecting a status code. No status code was actually present. Okay. Must not be sent as a status code. Oh, we really shouldn't be sending it then, should we? So what should I be sending? Okay, 1000? Okay, we'll say 1000. K, thanks, bye, for the reason. So we hang up. And what do I expect? It's not the peer, it's actually the player. The player hangs up. I expect that the follower will send the leader a current players. And let's make it an array. Of JSON objects. So that's what we would send if they're still connected. So if they're not connected, we send that. I messed up here somehow. Oh, this goes here. Oh, and I need to have, right, I need to have this a key. So players. Is that how I want to do it, or do I want to do it this way? Maybe like that would be nicer. I did something wrong. It still doesn't like that. Looks okay to me. Oh, wait. This, this is wrong. That goes in there. And then I can fold that. If I wanted. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I do. Fold that in like that. Okay. That's what I expect to happen. And then when it's forwarded from the follower, I want to append a logout. So we need to do a login first. What's the best way to simulate that? Just append a login directly? I don't have any examples of that in this file. Let's look elsewhere in auth player for that. That's where we expect it to happen. Where do I actually append one? Actually, don't know if I do. Oh, hey there, Red Rage Crumpet. How's it going? Shout out to Red Rage Crumpet. You should really check out his stream sometime. He is a relatively new streamer on Twitch, and he is an artist and a game dev. And he's got a really cool, what is it, a wood sprite that I was watching him animate. It is so cute. It's pretty good. Oh, you're watching an ad? I'll repeat. Okay, let me know when ad ends. When the ad ends. Oh, it's done? It's done, but you have the same problem I do with the keyboard sometimes, looks like. Your fingers were off by 1. I do that a lot too. So yeah, again, watch Red Rage Crumpet stream sometime. He is a relatively new Twitch streamer, and he is both an artist and a game dev, and I was enjoying watching him work on his wood sprite. It was very cute. And it looks really cool the way he was animating it. So check out his stream sometimes. All right, so yeah, I'm deep in backend C++, so this is completely different from what you do, Red. I think I'm working on the back end to a server where we log in, and how it's best to show this? I guess I'll show you the front end. It's not much yet, but it looks like this. And why does it say bad password? Did I stop the server? The server. Oh, I reset the server since, so I need to register. Correct horse battery staple, which is the best password ever, right? Correct horse battery staple. I am not a robot, and so that action there connects to the game, gets back a logged in status with a token that we can use. If I hit refresh, it'll log in with that token, so it's a persistent login. And on the back end, what it looks like is all 3 servers in my cluster will have this new command appended, which is a login command. Actually, I did two commands, didn't I? I did a create player command, and then I did a login command. And each of these commands changes the state of the game. So one thing that is in the state of the game is the set of players. So every time we create a player or we log in as that player, it records all the information that we need. So creating a player had actually every time we log in, oops, it's kind of hard to show this. What if I format this? Actually, I need to say it's JSON. And then format. Is this gonna even work? I don't know if this will work. Actually, if I do this, if I do one of them at a time, it should work. There we go. So here's the create player command. Last login, creation time are the same, and we're storing the hash of the password, the salt we used, and then this login token, which is what the front end is using to re-log in quickly. And we remember what their IP address was, and other things in here. So then when we log in just with the token, that command looks like this. It's just the token, new expiry time, new login time, but we're not sending the hash of our actual password. You've done a bit of networking stuff, but it's all been client side? Well, most of my experience is server side stuff on the back end. And all of this stuff, by the way, is sent over WebSockets. So that's what's really cool. If you don't know about WebSockets, is especially with the built-in tools in Chrome, you can debug and see all the traffic as individual messages, especially if you use JSON format strings for the text messages. So you can see here, there's where I logged in with the token. It says, oh, okay, you're logged in. Your token is still that. And then when I do a fetch profile, it returns my profile. My email is empty. Let me fill that in. Nobody@example.com. So this will be another example of exchange between the client and the server. So I do change profile. So that sends this change profile command with the changes I want, which is just my email. And it says, okay, success is true. And on the back end, it appended this new command here. We'll look at that. So it's just change profile. Here's my username. Here's the server and client I'm connected through. And here are the changes we want made. So I had to add these IDs recently in order to ensure that we only have one connection from the player active at any one time. So if we log in from a second client, that it doesn't accept anything from the first client. Otherwise, we run into really interesting issues where if you're logged in simultaneously from two clients and you try to do competing changes, the servers get really confused now, especially because this log that we're looking at is replicated across 3 machines. And at any one point in time, they might not be exact. Some of the servers might be behind others simply because they haven't received the change yet. And if you're on a client that happens to be talking to a server that doesn't have the latest change, you could get stale information. So I'm kind of cheating and deciding that if we only have one client connection and we wait for an entire round trip for the command to be executed, then we won't have stale information. And yeah, I have a hard time explaining exactly why some of these things have to be done, but if you really want to get into the details, it has to do with the log replication having a consensus between servers, and the command I just linked, the raft consensus algorithm, is what I implemented for that. That white paper goes into like extreme detail about why and how you have to be careful synchronizing state across multiple machines. Anyway, let me get my head back on track here. I was adding a test here so that it's not this logout, right? Right, when a client hangs up like that, we expect, if it's the follower server, to tell the leader, hey, here's my current list of players, and it's an empty list. Right, so we'll do this one later. Right now, the flip side is if it's forwarded from the follower, right, I need to construct the same message. So this message being received now. Oh, right, now before we can have that, we need to actually append something to the log that has the fact that they're logged in. So let me do that one. This is like that, right? Good. IntelliSense says it's good. Okay, I need the logout command appended. I must have done this before. Mock journal. Append? Oh, come on. I must have done this. What did I call it, though? Yeah, so I'm working here in a unit test framework, and it's kind of a complicated one. It was getting large, so I had to break it up into sections. And there's common code here. Here it is. So publish new event. Right, so this is what I'm looking for. All of the things that are surrounding the unit being tested are mocked. So for example, in the real server, the journal was this, and there's an object that writes to it, and it'll return entries if you ask it. But in the test framework, we're mocking it. It's a pretend journal, which is just a vector of entries, not written to disk or anything. And whenever I need to publish a mock entry, I call that right now. So yeah, it looks like I did it a bunch here. This is what I want. So I want a login. Or maybe I just do a create. Yeah, let's just do a create. So this code here, if I paste it here, where we were working, down here. Before they're connected, right here. So this simulates that we created a player named Alice with that email. I guess the email is irrelevant, right? And actually, we need to record the fact that they are connected to server 85. Actually, it's this server that has to match. Client ID can be whatever I want as long as it matches. Actually, we're not even checking it. Doesn't matter. 42. Or how about 16? Because I use 42 there. Actually, this term needs to be exactly the same as that term or less. So that should be a 1. Okay, so this basically will tell the server, hey, we have we have a user named Alice. They are logged into that server, that client entry. So that when we get down to here and it receives that, it's like, oh, they're no longer logged in. We should assert that the logout was added to the journal. By this point, there should be 3 entries. So the last one will be a logout. That name has to match. So Alice, and I don't need a test user, do I? Alice should match the username, that, and that, right? Nice server ID, yeah. When you write tests, you kind of want to avoid 0 and 1 if you can, because a lot of the times things default to 0. So I just pick random numbers that aren't 0. Okay, so I'm doing test-driven development, which means I set up this test first. The feature doesn't exist yet, so I expect the test to fail when we run it for the first time, and then the idea is we go implement the feature to make the test pass. Yeah, you don't want to put in edge cases on purpose when you're testing something else. Cool. So they're both failing, as they should be. They should fail right now. And they should fail in the way I expect. Right, so forwarded from follower, it's not appending the entry, so we only have 2 entries. Sent, it's just not sent. Cool. All right, let's do the thing. Let's do this one first. So basically, whenever there's a hang up, let me make sure that actually gets a hang up. I can click on this test and then find the code where it would get to on a hang up. I think that was in auth. Hang up? No. Profile, maybe. Not there either. Where would it be? It should be in one or the other. Messaging? Ah, there we go. So we should get to here. I'll put a breakpoint there and tell it to run in the debugger. And there it is. And I could go back here and see, what is this? Yeah, same reason. Okay, thanks, bye. From our tests, right? If I follow the stack all the way up, it should be... Oh, it's asynchronous, right? So it's in a work queue. It's hard to see where it actually was sent, but yeah. So here's where I want to do the sending of that message. This is the only place I'll need to do it, right? Oh, no. There'll be 2 places. So let's call a function to do it that we will invent. Where do I want to put that? Profile? It will be named after the command, named after the message itself, which is current players. So announce current players. Like that. And we'll just make up that function. That will go in profile. Where to put the function? I don't like mixing everything that starts with on is a callback or a handler, And I like to keep them separate. Okay, it looks like I have the non-callbacks first and then the callbacks, so we'll add it here. Document my functions. Tell the cluster leader about all the players currently connected to this server. Oh, there were some messages I missed. How come I'm not getting notifications about that? Hello there, APS Knight. I'm working on some back-end stuff like Red is saying. Thanks for the follow, the K-Hug. If you're ever curious what I'm working on, there's always a today command. That brings you to my notebook page. I have a notebook page for every day I work on. And also, if in general, high-level picture, there's the link to what I'm trying to make, which links here. It's a multiplayer RPG. It's not yet playable, but I'm trying to get to where it is. And I actually have more than just this text. I have a little mock-up with really ugly graphics, which you'll have to excuse, but actually it's not running yet. Let me stop that and then run the other server. Oh, and I was showing the phaser version stuff too, so let me fix that. Check out master, and then run the backend. So this kind of art style, only hopefully I'll make the art better and make it multiplayer and more stuff to do. But this is just a really quick mock-up showing what the front end might look like in terms of the style. So 2D pixel art, tile-based, and you're represented by an avatar, and you get to move it around, and you get to interact with the world, and you'll see other players. And it's very, very, very retro. So if you remember or have heard about the Ultima series of games back in the 90s, that's what I'm shooting for. The reason is this is my first game, and multiple people have told me not to shoot too high in what I'm trying to do, so to shoot low. Make something that is doable, and don't try to recreate the World of Warcraft, because no one person could do that in their lifetime, right? Impossible. So instead, make something that's simpler and try to make that first, and then if successful, work on improving it and maybe make the next game a little bit more complicated, that kind of thing. So that's what I'm trying to do. Am I making some multiplayer game using C++? Yeah, the back end is in C++ with the capability of scripting things in Lua. Like this mock-up, all of the game systems are in Lua. I can show you that. That is in Iron Glove backend systems Lua. So here are all the systems in this little game. By the way, this little game is inspired by Gauntlet. That's why I called it Iron Glove. Really just something that has relatively simple game mechanics that I could mock up in Lua. So we have the weapon system. When I actually didn't show that. When I fight back the ghosts, I'm throwing an axe, right? And if the axe collides with it, it kills them. There's a little jankiness because it's a debug build. Anyway, the weapon system, when I fire the weapons, when I move, the AI, the generator of the monsters, picking up potions and food and all that stuff. Hunger system where my hit points tick down as if I don't do anything, and then the rendering of the tiles. So each of these is a game system and an entity component system, and they work on components which are basically plain data structures. So the logic is all in Lua, and the components are all just structures in C++. And this was just a quick mock-up I did in a week. The real game, I'm going to try to make a larger version of this with multiplayer and try to learn from the lessons that I've been picking up making this mock-up. For example, it turns out if you do all the systems in Lua like I was doing here, it's incredibly slow. So I'm thinking I'll only do game system logic in Lua when I'm still working on the details, because it's easy to swap out the logic when it's in Lua. You just tell the server, hey, go reparse the Lua, and now it's updated. But once the systems are sort of fleshed out, I would then write them in C++, which ends up being about 10 times faster the way I'm doing it. You're also going to make a multiplayer Pong game using CSocket API for any tips or tutorials? About sockets, I can't think off the top of my head. I can't think of any tutorial, but a tip might be you don't have to do C for both the front end and the back end. I found it really convenient to make the front end in JavaScript because the socket stuff is extremely simple, especially if you use WebSockets. You just pick a JavaScript API for WebSockets. Let me show you. Where was that? Player console. Or let's just look at Iron Glove front end. On connect, right? You really just say new, and then it gives you a callback once it's opened. And sending a message is just as easy as that. You say what you want to send. In this case, I'm doing a little bit of a complicated thing. I'm making a JSON string, but you could it's just as easy as the socket.send and then the message. It's ridiculously easy at the JavaScript level. So in C, it's a bit more complicated, right? You have to bind the socket, you have to connect, there can be errors. The errors you have to handle yourself. Whereas in this, you just basically set up event listeners and they call you back when things happen. So that's maybe one tip is if you can make at least one side of your game in an easier language like JavaScript or Python or something like that, and not C on both ends, at least when you're getting started. And thanks for the follows, guys. How does Lua and CPP interop work? It's not that complicated. I'll show you. So Lua new state is what you call to make an interpreter. And this comes from, where would it be? You include these headers. This is assuming you're linking with the Lua interpreter, which is basically a library in C. So you make an interpreter, and this one connects in the standard libraries. And then when you want to make your own linkages between Lua and C or C++, the way I do it is I use user datas with metatables. So Lua new metatable makes a table in Lua, a special kind of table where when you attach it to a user data object, it will call functions in C whenever you access them in Lua. So like if you index the object, or you ask it to convert to a string, or if you just look up method names. These are all C functions with Lua push C function. And I mean, there's a lot more detail, but that's just really, really high level. Is you are making an interpreter, and then you are then making user data objects with metatables that call C functions. So if you have any more specific questions, let me know. Otherwise, yeah, that's basically how you do it. If you look up, I think the Lua has its own getting started guide. There's a chapter on how to, they call it embed, how to embed the interpreter into C. It's basically the same thing that I was showing. All right. Yes, I'm going to be calling this whenever a client hangs up, announce the current players. And I had made that, but not made its body, right? Let's make the body for it. It goes here. Did I miss any other questions, by the way? Unity server runs in C++ as well, surprisingly. I didn't know that. I would expect that their server would be running in C#. That's what Unity is written on top of, right? It looks like a roguelike. Well, it depends on what I decide to do. So roguelike implies permadeath, right? And randomness. I might do that, or I might just have a story and have it where if you die, you go back to the graveyard, like in World of Warcraft, and you respawn, right? I haven't really fleshed out what the story of the game is yet. I'm still just trying to make the mechanics of the platform on which I'm going to make the game. All right, announce current players. So the idea here is we're going to construct. Actually, if we are the leader, we don't actually announce. So maybe this name isn't quite right. Instead of announce current player, let's call it update current players? No. I really don't know what to call it. Maybe I'll just leave it announce current players for now. Hey there, bug found. How's it going? Right now, BugFound, I'm working on how do we tell the rest of the cluster of servers about when a client logs out. Right now, I've just been removing the entry of the client from the client's map, but I also want to let the rest of the cluster know so that the state of whether or not the player's logged in is updated. Since now it's in the journal of the game, we which one's a login? This one. So if I just show this, this entry is added to the game journal whenever someone logs in, and we record what server and client ID, so we know exactly which server is talking to the client and on through what connection. So when they hang up, I want a logout command to be added, and that's what I'm working on now. So the way I thought about doing is we'll announce who is still connected to the leader of the cluster, and then the leader will append a logout command for every player that's not in the announcement but is still logged in according to the leader. Ooh. There we go. Yeah. So announce current players. We don't want to send a message if we are the leader. Or here's the logic I had. If the leader is known and we are the leader, we're just going to handle it. Otherwise, we're going to send a message. And yeah, this is kind of like what it's going to look like. Find the leader. If we don't have a connection to the leader, then give up. Otherwise, we're not forwarding a message, we're making a message. So auto message is JSON object. Parts that we know are type is, just to make sure I got it right, I'm gonna look at the unit test. Current players. And we will have an array, right? So players is JSON array empty. And then we will get access to that players. All right. Ultimately, we're going to send that message. So take that message. How come it has a red squiggly there? Oh, I'm missing a brace right there. Yeah, take that message, encode it, and send it to the leader. Okay. So here, we're going to loop through all of our connections. So for const auto client and clients, right? If client dot, it's not clients, it's impl messaging clients. If client dot second dot, I think username is what we want to look at. If it's not empty, right? If it's not empty, then we have a recognized player connected to the game. So we will add to the players. Add JSON object. And what does the test require? I actually don't know yet. What I really should do is have two different clients. Can I have two of these? Yeah, we can have player 1 and player 2, right? Ready player 1. Ready player 2. Let's just make 2 test users, shall we? Alex and Bob. They can have the same password, why not? Declaration. There we go. So I can have both test users exist and have player 1 log in as Alex and player 2 log in as Bob. There we go. Been watching a lot of my archive streams lately and decided to start learning C. Any recommendations of what learning path I should take? There are a lot of tutorials and video series and other things that you can take advantage of online. There's a lot of different books. So it really depends on how you best learn, what works for you. If you don't, like, it's kind of hard to learn C if you don't know other programming languages. So yeah, like what Red is asking, do you have any other programming experience? If not, I would suggest not starting with C, but start with something easier like Python or JavaScript or HTML even. That's pretty much a programming language in itself, right? And it's something that there are a lot easier to learn examples to start with. And then once you've gotten a taste of how to make something simple in one of those easier languages, then start picking up C. If you already know those other languages, then it would be much easier to learn C. And then I would suggest taking something you've already made and try to port it to C. So like take like maybe you have a tic-tac-toe game, try to write it in C. If you already have it in another language, it's really just trying to translate it from one language to the other. Oh, there you go. You've done plenty of web development. And so yeah, take something simple that doesn't require a lot of other pieces, like maybe a standalone single-player tic-tac-toe game, and try to write it in C. Pick apart your original program and try to look up how is that done in C. Like how do you print strings to the console in C? How do you make structures in C? I think you'll find that you'll get to leverage what you already know, and it's really just translating from one language to another. Security around web, cool. You have to remember C is a old language, very low level. So high level concepts like security and web are harder to do in C. There's just a lot more pieces you have to deal with. Sometimes it's easier if you start not from scratch with C, but start with some libraries already in C. Like if you were to pick up, like one of the libraries I have, zlib, right? Or you pick up librsSL. Those libraries do part of what you need in security and web, right? And you can just make little programs in C that try to use those. Like try to make, like let's say you're playing around with encryption. You might pick up librsSL, figure out how to build it. Once you have it built as a library, try to make a program that pulls that library in and signs something with a certificate or verifies a signature, right? That would be a good exercise. All right, so we're going to hang up on player 1, and we'll expect that this still contains Bob, right? That's a JSON object. Username Bob. Client ID. Oh yeah, we have to. Oh right, I think they're assigned serially, so this would be 2. There, I just wanted something to be in that list. Do I want to do the same thing here? Probably. Yeah, let's do the same thing here. So we'll have another create player. We'll just reassign it. And we'll make it Bob. Client ID 32. And we don't need that. We're just reusing journal entry. I can't make that const if I want to reuse it. So now we have 2 players, and they are logged into different clients of the same server. And let's just copy this. If we receive a message saying that only Bob is connected, I need to make sure that these cases are exactly the same, then we should do a logout of Alice, right? So we should expect a logout of Alice. And that I changed, didn't I? Yeah, it's 16, not 42. All right. Okay, so every time we find someone still logged in, we will make a message of this format. Username is whatever the client's second username is. Client ID is client.second.id. Then we send the message. If we are the leader, what do we do? I think what we do is we actually just append the logout directly. So that would be... Actually, maybe what I do is I move... Let me think about this. That was done from messaging, right? Here we know exactly who logged out. Maybe what we should do is change. We'll rename that to something like on player log. Actually, I already have a on player logout, don't I? On player on client. You know, I don't even think I need to do that. I can just do the logic here. Yeah. I'll just do this here directly. If we're a follower, we'll do that. Otherwise, we're gonna append the logout directly here, and this just outdent one. There. Cool. So we're gonna make a logout. Actually, I already have something for that, don't I? Yeah. What if I just call this? Add a special player logout. That's if we know. Maybe I actually should be doing this instead. Let me rethink this. So this was always done in response to someone logging out explicitly. Right here. If they send us the log out message, I'm kind of undecided now. Oh, wait a minute. This is hang up any client. So before we erase them, we need to figure out if they were logged in. Okay. So we need to find their entry. Const auto client and client's entry equals client's find WebSocket. If client's entry equals clients.end, we can return early, right? Otherwise, we don't have to find it again. We can just use that directly. But before we do, should I just cache the client? So auto client equals client's entry a second. Then I get a copy of that, which is a client record. So then we can just look at the client record. If client dot username dot empty, then they were never logged in the first place, so we can just return. Otherwise, we're going to do this, right? Wouldn't they have to be logged in to hang up? No, the moment they connect to the server, they get added to this list or this map, but the username will be empty. To get the username to be set, they have to successfully provide a correct password or login token. So if they're not connected at all, if we happen to be, if they're already removed from the clients, we return early. if they're in the client's map but their username is empty, then they never logged in, or they already logged out, in which case we just return. So this is where they've hung up. We still have a record of them being logged in. So yeah, if we're the leader, we're going to append a logout. I'm just wondering, should I leverage this player logout or not? Where was it? Player logout. Because this is exactly what I want to do, but I hate copy pasting. I think I'll just do it. I'll just copy paste for now and refactor it later, because I really can't decide exactly what I want to do. So what is this? Why is this not working? Oh, we need to access the commands. So make a logout command, and then this we get from the client record. This is just ID, and this is our own server ID. That is impl instance ID. Make an entry, append it to the log. That's all we need to do. Otherwise, we're going to announce our current players to the leader. Okay. I think I have enough code written now where one of those two tests that I made earlier should pass now. But let's see. The one where it is sent. Okay, it didn't work. Why not? We expected Bob to still be logged in, but it said, nope, Bob not logged in. Let's find out why. Well, thanks for the follow, Hirsch. Sent, right? Yes. So what I'll do is I'll run this test in the debugger, and I will be putting a breakpoint on the hang up right here. Running debugger. So clients has 2 entries in it. And we are not the leader, so we're going to go into here. We know who the leader is, so we're going to make a message. And then we have one thing in the map left. Oh. It's not logged in correctly. Interesting. Did I forget to do that? Or did I just not do that correctly? It should have logged in player. Is it not exactly Bob? It is Bob. So did this not work? Oh, this login might not work always for a second player. Let me look at this. That part's fine. How about this? Oh, that's wrong. Shoot, this isn't going to work exactly, is it? Yeah, let me step through this. Step in. Start login. Compute the hash. We're not the leader. Add an entry. Hold on, that should have worked. So why is this not working? Where it would be verified is in the executor, right? Oh, that's a mock exec. Oh, that's right. Shoot. We have to actually simulate the rest of the login for this to work. So the mock executor has to publish that entry, which should be 1. Let me think about this. No, 1, 2, 3, right? Well, I can assume it's the last one. So mock journal entry size minus it's 1 based. I have to remember that. Raft wants me to make them 1 based. And then the entry. Okay. And then no error. And I have to do the same thing here again. No, they should be logged in. It's inside here where we were debugging, right? So here. Okay. It's still still 0. Okay, what's going on? Follow into here, I think. Follow in, please. Not on the crud. Okay, there we go. Oh, right. That will. Oh, thanks for the follow. Panda Camp Canep? Panda Canep? I feel like I'm saying that wrong. All right, so if I remember right, that goes here on log in executed. Yeah, let's see what's happening there. Oh, we're already running. Okay, go. On login successful. Yeah, here's where we should have it set. Bob. Okay, Bob is logged in. So what's going on? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Maybe the problem was here. Player 1 is Alex, right? So on hang-up, let me just look at what it looks like here. Rerun that again. Clients. Number 1 is Bob. Who's number 2? Not logged in. Oh, I know what it is. Bob took over Alice's slot because of the, actually, why? Why did Bob take over Alice's slot? Alex's slot. I guess it could. Oh, that's because of the client ID. So it is to do with the client ID. So I need to fix this. I need to be able to pass in an alternative client ID. How am I going to do that? Actually, this connection we can stash it there, right? Okay, why don't I just stash it here? I'll initialize it to 0. And I'll just change them here. Oh, wait a minute. What do we get back from add connection? Connection context. Right. So why can't I set the client ID? Oh, that's why. It's not a pointer, it's a reference. So that's 1 and that's 2. I just need to, inside of this login, you actually use that. Let me default this actually to 1. So don't screw up all the other tests where it was hard-coded to 1 before. So login, this one down here, finish login. Instead of saying 1, we'll use player.client ID. Now let's see what happens when I get to here. Okay, there. Client 1 is Alex. Client 2 is Bob. Okay, good. So this will work now? Maybe? Yay! It worked. Okay. The other one's probably still fails because I didn't finish that one. Okay, yeah, the test isn't even right. Let's fix that. 1077. I think rather than hard coding it to 3, what I want to do is get the current index here. So const auto journal index. So that will be, actually let's call this journal entries before +1, and then index that one. There we go. That's basically what the next journal entry should be logout. Okay, so it's just not appended at all, which makes sense because we don't actually handle that message. So to handle a message, I have to go to the impl class and then have a server message here to match this string. So current players. So here, current players, make a server message handler for current players. So on profile, let's just duplicate this one. And it's on current players. Oh no, hold on. This is the wrong one. It's not from a client, it's from another server. Yes, this one. This one we'll put down here. It's current players. All right. On log out after that. Current players. All right. Yeah, so how do we handle this? We're going to loop through, I think. I think what I want to do is reduce it to a set of ints. Client IDs still logged in. So for size ti equals 0, I is less than, let's get the reference to the players. Message players. Players dot get size. Client IDs still logged in. Actually, you know what that means? I don't really need to get the usernames at all. I could simplify the message somewhat for this current players. Like I don't even really need the object. I could just, yeah, I don't need this at all. So, is that right? Yeah. So I can just say, yeah, let's change this. Test, test, test. Where are you? Oh, right there. Yeah, yeah. I'm just dumb. I'm looking at the thing I wanted to change. This current players client IDs. I can just make it an array of just that. Could be simple, super simple. 2 is the client still logged in. Then here we send just 2. And then here it's client IDs. Oh, wait a minute. Did I mess up the other one? Yeah, I did. Client IDs, right? Right, and here I can just add the ID only. Simplification is good. Let me make sure that I didn't break anything there. Run this one again. I did break it. Oops. Yeah, because that should be client IDs. There we go. Okay. So we're just going to pull those numbers out. So client IDs, insert, I don't care what it returns, insert players I. Right? So now it's in a set that we can easily search. So I think what I'll do is I will go through the players. So how do I iterate players? Maybe I don't even have a way to do that yet. Players. Okay, I don't. So I think I need to add a method to players. Players, how is it stored internally? It is a map of usernames to player records. Okay, so let's add some. What exactly do I want? I can just write it here. I want to be able to iterate. So for const auto player in where is it stored? It's here under profile, so players. No. Let's rename this. Oh, and this is wrong too. It's client IDs. Yeah, we should just use client IDs. There we go. Right, because players really is our database, so to speak. So I'm going to invent a method I want to call. Really, I want to get the players. I just want to enumerate all of them for the entire game. Yeah, why not? Get all. Auto won't help me for now, so I need to give it a real type because get all doesn't exist. So we'll call it player record. If player dot right, so if player dot server ID equals the context instance ID and player dot client ID is not in this set. So if that dot find equals that dot end, that means that are not logged in, but they were logged in to that specific server, then we will append a logout to the journal the same way. Yeah, so I think they'll end up just refactoring this. So I have it in 3 places now. So we make a logout command. We put in, I guess we could just put in player in front right here, right? Oh, that's a problem, isn't it? Actually, if that returns a map, then this will be not that, but this. Value type. And so player really is player's entry dot second, and then username is player's entry dot first. So that's the username. Append, yeah, that should work. Yes, I just need this get all. So that requires really that I make another test, because players is its own object. So it has its own object with its own unit tests. Get all. So the setup here made 2 players, right? All right, so we will const auto players players entries, because players get all. And just to make this easier on myself, let me do the same thing where I make that this type filled in right there. That is realm server player record. Okay, so assert equal to 2 the player's entries size, and I guess to be, yeah, we'll just look up, it's a lookup by string, right? So const auto player 1 entry, player's entries find player 1 name, assert false that equals this dot end, right? And then what's the only thing in there? This email. Okay, so I can actually do that. So I can say expect equal. That should be equal to player 1 entry dot second. Is it? Yeah, dereference second dot email. And then they do the same thing, but with player 1 or player 2. I mean 2. Okay, there we go. And then I can reduce this back to auto, and then just make that a method. Actually, a little bit problematic, because it's going to be kind of expensive. Because the indexer returns a copy right now, because it holds, right, this holds a mutex to access the, it's like it's simulating a database, so anything you do, it grabs a mutex. Where's the indexer? Here. So because I was grabbing a mutex and then looking up a record, I was making it return a copy. So get all would return a copy of everything. That might be expensive. But maybe that's okay for now. It's just that in here I don't need that anymore. And in here, I don't need it either. Well, okay, that makes a copy and this iterates the copy. That's fine. I guess I'll put it near the indexer and say we are returning that exact map type. Get all const, which means I have to include map. Return all player records. Actually, you know what I'm wondering? Well, yeah, let's just do it this way for now. This whole class is temporary anyway. And eventually just be our database. A copy of all player records is returned. Okay. This should be really easy. It's the same. Whoa, how did I get there? I don't know. It's basically the same as the indexer, only returning all the records. Like that. Another thing I can do is, rather than calling get all, I could have like simulating a query to the database. It would be like get all players from server, something like that. Let's run the players test first. Get all is broken. Only one? Oh, because we never added that one player. Okay. I think it's set up. We will only add one player. Let's add the second player in this test. Oh, that should be a 2. I want there to be more than one thing in there anyway. There we go. Okay. So then will this work? No. Let's find out why. Let's put a breakpoint there and debug. Okay. Client still logged in is 2. Wait a minute. The players, is there no players at all? Oh, look at that. No player records. How did that happen? Did I not actually put them in the test? Wait a minute. Hey there, Tua Bud. Haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? Working on having the game record the fact that players log out. I have the log in stuff done. Now I'm doing log out. And this is the wrong test. I don't know what I'm doing here. It should be down here. It's the from leader test that's broken, right? Oh, you're looking almost every evening? Yeah, see, I can't tell. Reported from leader. Oh, right. When these creates are committed, we also have to tell the we're mocking the fact that it got published. We have to do the same thing. So, I mean, we have to actually tell the players to add Alice, and I think we just used a dummy record, right? Just do that. So I need to actually do that, because the thing that normally does that is the executor, and we're completely mocking that. Yeah, so that's probably what it was. Still no. All right, let's try debugging again. Okay. Alice with an empty record, that's fine. Oh, right, we haven't recorded those things. Shoot. I need to record, those need to be in that record. So I can't just make an empty record. I have to actually make an Alice. And record the fact that they're logged into that server. So these need to match these numbers. Right, and then the same thing with Bob. Bob is logged in through client 32, and we add Bob. All right. Now does it pass? Yes. Pass. Sometimes I feel like I put too much faith in my own unit tests when I stop looking when it passes. But what I can do is actually run it for real and see that it does the right thing. Let's run it for real. After I run all the tests. Tests take a while to run now. Okay, so for real this time. So I'll do update and then serve. So what do we have in the record right now? This will actually tell me. It replays the log every time we start up right now, so... Oh, it actually logged in with the token. Look at that. It actually works. We're logged in with the token. Okay. So when I disconnect, it should log me out. And yeah, so we're logged. The cluster leader is 11. This always logs into 10, so this is a good test. We're logged into 10. The leader is 11. So when I just close that tab, it should log me out. It didn't do it. Okay, but did it? Oh no, it might not have printed it, but it probably would have done. It probably would have updated the journal. I just didn't have a diagnostic message for it. Nope, didn't do it. Shoot. Okay. Why not? Diagnostics time? Do diagnostics. So we get to hang up, right? That's in messaging. Let's print something here. Let's print a whole bunch of things. So first a string saying a client hung up. Okay. If we get to here, a client hung up, and we have a record for it. All right. If we get to here, then we know who it was. Player hung up, and make that a formatting so that I can add the name. Client.username.cstring. Okay. Then one of these two should happen, so this is what's probably going to happen. So it should have sent that. Let's have it just printed out. Sending, and then we'll just serialize the entire message. Because why not? Because we can. Then let's have a receiver on the other end. That was down here, right? When we receive it. Received. Then we'll, okay, that should be enough. All right, so update and serve. Replay the log for a while, and then it actually does log in. And then I close the tab. Client hung up, and we had a record for it. Raimu hung up. Okay. And that was from the fall. Oh no, that was the leader server. So they actually made a record for it in the. Okay, so if we disconnect from the leader, it works. So it's from the follower, it doesn't work. So let's try. let's try to get another server as leader. Okay, there 11 is a leader this time. So log in again. Try again. I want to see all the diagnostic stuff. Okay. So we're logged in. And now I'm going to disconnect the tab. Okay, there we go. Received. So the leader is out of order. We sent it and then it got received here, but it's empty. So it's something to do with current players. It's not recording, it's not iterating correctly because I didn't see a logout added. So let me debug that further. So that's here, right? So let's print out a message whenever we get to here. Yeah, let's just print something out here. So player name was is on record as logged into server client there. That's the username to string, and then it's player.server ID, player.client ID. So I want to see if it's in there or not. I'm guessing that's the problem. It's not showing up in the players collection at all. Although I'm not sure why. Update serve. We log in. Actually, who's the leader? 11's the leader, good. So close that tab. Player Ryman was on record as logged in server 10 client 1, but it did not actually append an entry for it. That should have matched, right? 10 equals 10. Couldn't find that client ID in there because it's empty. So why didn't it do that? Let's print out some more stuff. So actually up here, received we from server that context instance ID. That map should be empty because that client ID was empty. So find should have always been equal to end. So it should, yeah, maybe that is just not matching. Oh, can't do this one because 10 got to be the leader. I need a leader not to be server 10. Okay, there's a more fun way to do this. I can just kill 10. So 13772 will kill it, making another server the leader. 11's the leader now. And then 10 replays the log. All right. Do the thing. Log in. Yay, we're logged in. Okay, now kill it. From server 10. Well, why didn't it go into that? It should have appended a logout. Ooh, why did that happen? Is that the problem? I think that might be the problem. It's not... Yeah, I think these should have been logouts and we're not seeing them. Why would that be? Let me make sure that that's what's happening. So if I'm right, then it's not attaching the command correctly. Let's just print out logging out recording that player is now logged out. Update serve. Who gets to be the leader this time? I think it was 10, so we're gonna have to kill them. 10 is server 9608, so find 9608 and kill them. There we go. Dead. So now the new leader's 12 in term 12. On record as being logged into server 10, you're not logging into 10. Well, we're always logging into 10. This, the front end right now always logs into server 10. It's sort of hard-coded. So we see that here. We just logged into 10 again. So disconnection. Recording that is now logged out. Okay, so it has something to do with that entry being replicated. Oh, I know what it is. This will be the 4th time I've done this mistake. So the command is actually being appended, but it's not being replicated correctly. Probably, because the leader is 12 here. Hey, look at that. There it is. It just didn't get replicated back to 10 correctly. Oh, snap. You know what that is? I keep forgetting to do this. Whenever I add a new kind of command, I need to go to the main program and add it to the command factory so that the serialization works. Oh, where was that? Realm server host. Main. There's a section where I do register all the commands. So logout is conspicuously missing. And now I feel dumb for the 4th time. How am I gonna... This is obviously a problem, that whenever I add a command, I forget to add its factories. How would I guess I could just train myself to notice that the only time I should have a no-op command like that is when a new leader takes over. So whenever I see a pattern like this, that's a bug, right? The only time we should see a no-op is at the beginning of the term, not in the mid-term. And I should have noticed it way up here, right? Each time that happens, that's a signal that a command didn't get serialized correctly. Just crash the program. Well, the command I need to have a no-op command allowed as the leader when it starts this new term always appends a no-op command. I guess one way I could fix it is I could actually have a command called no-op and then make this, like you said, not that it crashed the program, but I could actually flag it in the diagnostics as like unknown command when that happens. Hold on, I need to let my cat in. He is yelling at me to open the door. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna mute the camera. I'll be right back. I am back. I am a slave to my cat. Whenever my cat wants something, I have to respond. Uh-oh, he's coming over here now. You gonna ask for something? Alright, anyway, that should fix it. Although this is all damaged now. So maybe I start over? Let's start over. Do it! Alright, so we start over. All these journals are now empty, which means I have to actually create an account because it will say bad password because the account no longer exists. Register new account. Actually, I'm going to do the smarter thing here. I don't have AutoHotkey set up yet. Correct horse battery staple is the awesome command, right? Put that in the clipboard, and then I can just paste it twice. There we go. Hey, how's it going, Jesse? How was your stream? What have you been working on lately? Welcome, Jesse viewers. I just got something working, so perfect time to come in here. Unlurk, PogChamp lurk, nice. When sending an enter server command in debug, we'll do a check that command is in the accepted server command array. Really what I should have is something that just checks to make sure that it got replicated correctly, right? Stream was a bit frustrating. Wasn't able to test the... I'm sorry to hear that. Hey there, Death Packs. Hey, yo. Wasn't able to... So, well, yeah, what are you working on? Was it that same website? The... I can't remember the name of it. I'm sorry. I can't remember. My memory's not so good. Anyway, today I've been working on making sure that my game servers record the fact that someone logs out. I recently added a whole bunch of information to log in and creating of accounts. So for example, here's the command that gets added to my server's log whenever you create a player, right? A lot of information here. The hash of the password, a login token so that it's persistent login, when that token expires, a bunch of other stuff. And I did not have a log out equivalent of that, so I'm in the process of adding that right now. There we go. The coin site, that's right, coin cred. Yeah, I mean everyone gets frustrated from time to time. I'm sure you'll get back when you get back to it next time. You'll figure it out right away. That's what usually happens to me. I get frustrated, I take a break, I come back, I figure it out right away, and I'm like, maybe my brain just needed to be approaching the problem from a different angle. Like, I think that's what happens. Developers, they get stuck hitting the wall in a certain way over and over again, and you get frustrated because you're not making progress. And then when you take a break and you come back, you're approaching it from a slightly different angle because you're maybe a little bit more rested, maybe you had some food, maybe you thought of other things in the meanwhile, so your brain approaches it slightly differently, and then you find, oh, I know what the problem is. You can send some emails to your colleagues, hopefully. Yeah, that's the other way to work on it. Let your colleagues work on it while you sleep. From Australia? They're in Australia. Interesting. I never worked with someone from Australia before. I've worked with people in India, and that for me that was always a pain because they were like exactly 12 hours away. Yeah. That's the optimal way to work with someone on the other side of the world, right? Is that your team is always working in shifts. The bad configuration is where one side is waiting for the other to wake up to make progress. That always sucks. Then it's like every round trip is 24 hours. That's the worst case. Yeah, hopefully it's pipelined so that they are working on it while you're sleeping. Okay, so I think I might have fixed the problem just right before we got raided. So the problem was, if we're talking to a follower server, which we are logged into server 10 and 12 is the leader, that the logout wasn't being replicated when I close the tab. Boom! So here we go. A client has hung up. Player Raimu is on record as being logged in. We have there's some replication because different servers see the same message. You know what's interesting? The server 11 never talked about it. Huh. But let's check server 11's log. Server 11 got it anyway. Interesting. Yeah, how come we're not hearing from server 11? Why not? You would think I would see messages from all three. Oh, no, we don't, because only 10 and 12 are involved. 10 is the one we were physically logged into, so we get this message because it hung up. Right, and then 12 learns about it because it receives the current player's message. Right, okay, got it. So it's working. Cool. So now whenever we either disconnect or we just do the logout, we should get the logout, which is nice. Cool. I can mark that card as being done, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not completely done, am I? I have to handle... let me think about this. I need to double check I do the logout command correctly now. And the front end has to be updated too. This one is almost done. There's one other part of that. I was going to have send it when hanging up on a client. Okay, except if it was done as a result of the player logging in elsewhere. Oh, right. I need to handle that specially. But yeah, I haven't done this at all yet. If leadership changes, we want followers to all report in. So yes, actually that deserves another test. So it means I will check in what I have and then work on the new test. Orchestrator is not on GitHub. Nope. It's part of my proprietary stuff. Hold on. I missed some chat. Oh, it has its ups and downs, goes well when things are smooth, but lose a few days. Yeah. So that was my same experience with working with people in India, is that if you're not synchronized, then it's like each round trip is a day or 12 hours or something. And that's not so pleasant. Okay, yeah, I had many changes here. Let me check them in distinctly. So the players change first, I guess. So I had to add a method called getAll to get all the records. This players thing is temporary. It's going to be replaced by a database. But so I'm not too worried about making it good performance. So right now we're making it a copy of all the records when we ask for them all. Players add getAll method. Okay, what else did I do? Oh, that was the big bug that I fixed right before you guys came in, was I forgot to register the logout command for serialization. So it wasn't getting replicated correctly. Register logout command. It's like the 4th time I forgot to register a new command that I created. Okay, then this is dealing with what? Sending the current player's message. Oh, and I forgot to do that one. I'll add it to my list of things I've forgotten to do that I'll do later. Announce yes. This is all the same thing, although I added more diagnostics here. I guess I'll keep the diagnostics for now and I'll remove them later. Actually, I can remove those. I don't need all of that. What's this? Oh, that's my password. Don't look. Just kidding. I was getting tired of typing that test password over and over again, so I put it there for easy copy paste. Yeah, we don't need this anymore, right? Or actually, I'll keep that for now. I'll keep that one. I'll remove this one. I'll remove this one. Actually, I can remove all these. Because this works, right? It works. We can trust it. Wasn't it, where was it? Messaging? Oh, thanks for the follow, Mustine. 1216. Yeah, these extra messages I don't need anymore. Although, maybe I'll keep that one. Yeah, let's try it. Let's check that in. Okay, so this is correctly record player logout on any disconnection. All right, cool. Oh yeah, I was gonna do this next. So whenever leadership of the cluster changes, we'll have this sent. So let's make that another test. So for those of you who haven't seen it, I kind of have a video recorded that describes this process, but I use test-driven development on backend stuff where I write a test first. I use Google Test. with some plugins to VS Code to make things a lot more convenient. And I recorded a video for how you might want to set that up the way I do. Not saying the way I set it up is the best, but it works for me. Okay, so let's go under profile again. I guess so. We'll say current players sent to new leader, and we'll arrange. So let's arrange the same thing that we have in the RAF tests, where we have a leadership change. Trying to remember when I actually did this. I'm looking for a test that simulates leader change from a follower's perspective. I think it's this. I think it's become follower that does it. Yeah, it's just a leadership change announcement is sent in. So I can really just start with this copied, right? Over to here. Paste it. And I don't need an orchestrator connection. I just, okay, I become, okay, that's part of the act, actually. I don't need that. And we don't need that. Okay, I really didn't need to copy paste that because it's simple. We are server 13531, and we become a follower of server 85. And actually, we should have a login first, right? So let's add a test user, and then a login as that user. Like this. We log in as Alex. We publish the fact that the login succeeded. Oh, I didn't do the player connection in the first place. Where was that? Here. We don't need player 1. It can just be player. I don't need to set that because I don't care. So we connect to the server. We simulate a login. This tells the coordinator that yes, we are indeed that player did log in. And then we will become a follower, and we should assert that it actually sends a current player's message. Oh, we need to actually have a connection to the peer. So peer has to identify itself before we become a follower. Like that. So peer connect says, hey, I am server 85. And then we could become a follower of server 85. It should send a message to that server saying that Alex is connected. So this one. Should you learn more than one programming languages? I think so. I think you add more tools to your tool belt, so to speak, if you know more than one programming language. Because the programming language to use kind of depends on what's best for you in the situation, right? So if you're doing web development and you're doing, let's say, a web app, not this one. Like this web app, right? I wouldn't do this in C, although you probably could with WebAssembly these days. I wouldn't. I would use JavaScript. And on the back end, you can use JavaScript on the back end with Node.js, but there are lots of other choices, and a lot of different factors that impact what language you might want to use. So you kind of want to know more languages to have more options, I think. You were bored by HTML and CSS. Okay. That might, if you're bored with a certain language, it could mean a couple different things. It could mean it wasn't taught to you very well, or it could mean that it's just not for you. In that case, it kind of narrows down the area of programming that is right for you. Even so, there's probably multiple languages in the area you are interested in that it would be nice to have those options available to you, right? right? So you're not a fan of front end. So, but even on the back end, right? PHP, you could also do back end in Node.js. You could also do the back end in C++ or in Go or in Rust. So I think it's a good idea to try to have different options. Python is extremely versatile. You can even do backend in Python, right? With Django. Is that right? Python's an extremely valuable language to know because it comes up everywhere and it's very popular these days. And it's easy to learn. So if you don't know Python, maybe take a look at that. All right. This is just, all it needs to do is identify that we have a player connected. I guess I need to be explicit here then. Client ID is 1. So that when we log in, it records client 1. Oh, thanks for the follow, Brantful. Or Brant Lull. Sorry. So, okay, so let me explain this test again. We add the test user, which in this case is always going to be Alex. We mobilize our server with this ID. We simulate a connection from a player whose client ID is 1. Then we simulate that that player actually logs in as Alex, providing the correct password. We mock the fact that the executor says, yes, it succeeded. So empty string for error means that it succeeded. So we say, yeah, they logged in successfully. Then we have another server, we mock the fact that another server connected by adding a connection. It's a private connection, not a public one, and then it identifies itself as server 85. Then we simulate that the cluster says 85 is now the leader of the cluster. So what we expect to happen is that this server 13531 is supposed to send a message to the new leader reporting what clients are connected so that the leader knows to append logouts if there are any missing from this set that it thinks should have still been logged in that aren't anymore. So this test is complete, I think, and I'm going to run it to make sure. It should fail in the way I expect, which is that we don't get that message. That is Ender profile. Run the profile tests. Right, so it failed. It failed because it didn't receive the message. Cool, so let's make it pass. So there's one point in the code where we are told that we are the leader. I mean, that we're told that there is a leader. Let me find that, because that's probably the best place to do it. Announce leadership? No, I think it's close to that. On raft leadership change, that's it. Right, so here's the perfect place, because it says if we are the leader, do this stuff. Else, we should send the current players message. So I had that under profile, right? Announce current players. Perfect. Look at that. I love it when it's simple. Famous last words. I should run the test first. It works. You're no longer lurking. Uh-oh, he's got something important to say. I should run this for real to see if it worked. You had a very unproductive day. Was it because you had me in the background? That happens to me sometimes. I get distracted and I find I have to stop watching Twitch and just put on some classical music or something. Well, you don't have to watch both streams. I think Playing with Scissors is also watching Adam's stream at the same time. When I'm not streaming, I'll have some other streamer in the background. Usually it's another dev streamer because I'm trying to follow along what other people do and help out when I can, and also it's just interesting to me. Okay, so this is working. I should try it in the real server, shouldn't I? So update and serve. I should make that one command actually. Now that I think about it, let's do that. Copy paste, and we'll rename it reserve. How about reserve? So reserve will be update and serve. Sounds good to me. Reserve. Here we go. Okay, so to test this, I will log in and enforce a leadership change. Who is the leader now? 12? Okay. I guess I logged out, so I don't know what my token is, so I'll need to get it back from here. Login. We're logged in. And there we are. We are logged in with a new token. How did we lose our token before? I guess the client, I must have hit the log out button or something. Or maybe oh, right, I closed the tab, that's why. Why didn't it remember its token, though? Oh, I think I know why. Because when it appends a log out... No, it didn't. We logged in, that's weird. We logged in and we had the cluster restart a couple times. Why didn't it relog in automatically? Like, if I do that, it should relog in. Like that. That's just a login again. Anyway, yeah, I don't know why it was logged out. Anyway, let's simulate a leadership change. So, actually, this is a good test. So we're logged into the leader. Now let me kill the leader, and a follower will take over. So leader is 10, that's 5572. 76. 5576. Kill the leader. So new leader takes over, and then 10 restarts. And this one, oh, disconnected, logged in, bad token. That shouldn't have happened. What happened here? I don't even see the messages. Shouldn't it have printed? Oh, wait a minute. Token, there we go, mismatch. Why was there a mismatch? That's weird. I should probably print out what the tokens are. Because I don't think it's actually a mismatch. I think it just, yeah, see that token looks the same. Okay, so there's some bug. But anyway, 11 is the leader now, right? The log is replicated correctly. Well, it dies, so server 10 died here, right? But the orchestrator within the next second started it again, right? In the meanwhile, 11 took over as leader, but 10 started up, replayed its log, which you can see a bunch of here, and then started listening to its public port, and then the client reconnected in, but the token mismatched for some reason. So there's some kind of token mismatch bug when it starts up. I don't know why. But anyway, it did send the message, right? That would have been on leadership change. Yes, so 12 sent it, which is correct. Oh, one thing I'm not doing is when the server is restarted, we should probably send that when we start up. Oh, no, it does send it. Right, as soon as it figures out who the leader is. Okay, so it's working. So now, while it's logged into 10, let me kill 11. That'll force 10 and 12 to 10 or 12 to talk to the new leader and tell it about the their current players. So 11 is what process? 15980. Bye-bye, 11. Nice knowing you. Okay, so 11 died and 10 took over. Actually, I wanted 12 to take over because I want to see one of these with a 1 in it, or whatever our client ID is. What is our client ID? 1. Yeah, I guess we'll have to kill 10 again. Which one is 10? 14564. There we got another bad token. Log in. And then let's kill 11 again. Oh, add the server's PID on each log. Do I do that actually? I do that. It's just hard to see. So like 11 is now 5640. Unless you're saying to put it somewhere else. Really, I should just be using my admin console. I just don't have a crash server admin console. Man. Thanks for the follow. On my face. Nice name. We're killing 11, which is 5640. Yeah. I don't do this often enough that I feel like I need to have a more convenient way of doing it. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. 11 was killed and 12 became the leader, so 10 said to 12, hey, I have a player connected on client 1. So it should do the right thing and it should not log out 10. Cool. So it doesn't. Nice. All right, so it's resilient to membership changes. The only problem I have now is that if we were to, if 10, is it when 10 is the leader and we're logged into 10, the token becomes bad? Let me see. So 12 is the leader. What if I killed 10 right now? 88, 68. Oh, that's interesting. Ten died. We launched 10, and 10 is what? Stuck? What's going on? I know. I think it rejoined the cluster, but it's never. Oh no, it is listening. Wait a minute. Why is it listening right away? Oh, that's the private port. It never starts to listen to the public port for some reason. Why would that be? Oh, because the leader never. Oh shoot! I know. It never starts listening to the public port until it gets a command. Until it sees a command from the current term. But it's replaying that command and then finding out about the leader. So, right, I know where that bug is. To simulate that, I think I just need to, what do I need to do? I need to have another client that connects to a different server. I don't have that, so, yeah. Forget it, I'll just kill 10 again. No, I want to kill the leader. 12. Here's where it would be valuable to know what the PID is. 16340. Now we should recover. Bad token again. Yeah, so I have some kind of bad token problem. Because this token looks good. It should look good to me. That token, AZ. Oh, no, there's a logout. Logout. Why is it showing that I logged out? Oh, it might be this. Yeah. Okay, that's related to the bug. Actually, it will have logged me out. Oh, that's a problem. So if the server you're connected to dies, then it logs you out. Because when the server comes back up, it says, no one's connected to me. And then the leader says, okay, well, I'm going to log that guy out then. I need to think about this. I need to take a break too. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back in like a couple minutes. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I'll see you later, Red Rampage Crumpet. By the way, let me shout out him again. He's a relatively new Twitch streamer, so you should check him out. He does art, animation, part of game dev, so check out his stream sometime. Okay, so I think what I want to do is when this situation happens where you're logged out because your connection got, the server basically restarted and it came back up without a connection. I think I want this to not clear the login, the token. I think this token, where it's hard to see, this login here, part of what it does is it makes this token. I think I don't want that token to be cleared unless the client explicitly logs out. Store a PID info file with the PID of the server instance. Then you can write a kill script. That's interesting. I think actually what I will do is, actually, can you Can you kill a server from JavaScript? Or can you kill a process from JavaScript? Probably not, right? Let me take your suggestion and mull it over. Thank you. I should just start my admin console just to show. npm start that bad boy. Okay. Let him go in the background. Yeah, I think I want logout to include a flag saying whether or not we're clearing the token. Let's do that. I think that's actually why I was getting the bad token, because these logouts cause the token to be cleared. Excuse me. Your script could then be something like, yeah, that would be nice. PID file. I was also thinking I could build it in the admin console. So there's the admin console. Well, it's not ready yet. It'll be ready in a moment. Hey there, N Perry. How's it going? How come N Perry's not a VIP? There you go, fixed. Hopefully I don't run out of VIP slots. What am I looking for? You're a VIP, yes. VIP! Just a little badge I like to give people who are in, you know, regulars of either my channel or Adam's channel who are here. Oh, am I not running the cluster? Oh, it is running. Oh, but it probably forgot. Okay, let's load the config file. No. Yes. Actually, it's here. There we go. So I have a remove. I could also add a kill. And that would, I think the way it would be done is it would have to go to one of the other servers in the cluster, and then that other server could just, actually what it would probably do is just forward it to the orchestrator, and the orchestrator already kills servers. So I just need to get a message to the orchestrator to tell it to kill a server. I guess I didn't put it in here right now because I didn't think I needed that in production, but yeah, it would be valuable for testing. I added this button also, by the way, recently, so that I can shut down the orchestrator like that. So it's exiting, but the cluster is still running. And that's if I wanted to update the orchestrator. When it starts back up, it just reconnects to the cluster without restarting them. Yeah, anyway. Okay. I'm going to make logout optionally clear the token. So that is in command tests. Log out. Let's add a flag to log out. Let's say clear token is a flag we can have in there. Okay. Kind of makes me feel a little bit uneasy testing only true, but to have another test just to check false seems excessive to me. I guess we can do it. Not that much. It's not that much more. Logout create no clear token. And then clear token. And then this, the only difference here is it's false, and then this is expect false. Encode, and it's the same thing here. Encode no clear token. False and false. All right. Now it's time to add that flag. Commands, logout, clear token. This indicates whether or not the login token for the player should be cleared by this command. All right. And then that's all I need to do to verify that it builds. Okay, and then I run it. Should fail. Because I don't have to set that flag. You guys. It's a very important programmer. Or very important... I don't know. Patron? What is this word? Princess? Prince? Very important prince or princess? What is this PLEB word? I don't know. Okay, log out command. Command me, master. Clear token. There it is. Bool. Encoding. Clear token. Don't know if I actually need these typecasts. The problem is when sometimes I build this on Linux, the compiler has different requirements about implicit casting. And I'm finding that stuff that builds fine on Windows doesn't work with Clang because of that. So now I'm sort of overcasting to make sure I don't run into that. Leap! Is that like re? Okay, that should fix those. Overcasting, yeah. Maybe it makes it easier to read too. It reminds you what the type is. Okay, everything's passing. So it's in the command now, and now we just need to use it. So what do I expect? Let's do the real logout first. That was in auth player, I think. I had a logout test. Somewheres. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was profile. Oh, yeah, I moved it to profile, didn't I? I did that today. I did that today even. Look at that. Logout leader. Make Clang ignore just to warn it. Yeah, but the default was giving me an error, though. It wasn't even a warning. Which always concerns me when one compiler makes an error and the other compiler says, nope, not even a warning for me. It's fine. This is fine. Alright, so... Right, the player sends a logout message. I expect a logout command, and very explicitly I expect it to be a clear token to be true, right? And there's two places. If it's received from the follower, I also want it to be clear token. Okay, so that's one thing. And the other would be if there is a logout from the hangup stuff. Right, so forwarded from follower should cause it to be there but false. Right? And then, didn't I have a hangup one as well? Where was that? This one. Oh, I don't have one specifically for if it's a leader. Should I do that? Let's do that. So it's duplicating this test. One is the leader, one is the follower. So current players sent on client hangup for follower. And then for leader, we don't send it. It's logout appended on client hangout for leader. There we go. So we don't need to test user 2. I don't need a player 1. It's just player. I don't need a player 2. We don't need a peer. In fact, this is mobilized server as leader. Will be leader. Will be 85, like 85 filter. Okay, what have I been missing? What's the correct way to define body of a class member inside a CPP file? One way I like to do. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. How's it going? A lot of the classes I have use not this class. Let's find a class that actually does this. Yeah, that's a bad example. Here we go. So this class called executor has a member called impl, right? And its type is opaque. So usually when you declare something, it's in the header file, but in this case I have to have part of it in the body because the actual type is opaque. So in the body, what you have to do, where is it? Executor. When you define it, it would be down here, right? When you define it, you just have to scope it within the class. Whether you're defining that an opaque type to be, you know, actually declared fully, or if you have, in the case of a global variable. So where would the global variables be? That's more difficult because I hardly ever do that. Well, I can just put in an example here. So usually you define in the body of a CPP when it's static, when it's a global, right? So let's say I had static foo. That declares it. To actually give it storage, you have to go into the CPP, and anywhere here, you take that line and you copy it to the body and do a couple things to it. You remove the static and you put in the class scope, and then you initialize it. Right? So that'll build. Unless I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? Maybe it's the int is removed? Oh, it's something else. Let's fix the other problem. Yeah, don't do that. Anyway, that's how you would define the body of a class member inside the CPP file. And you'd only really do that if it's global, or if it's a type that you do not define the whole type until the implementation, like that, right? That's how you would normally. But if otherwise you just declare it, and you can even give it an initializer. So if it's not static, I can say that, right? That works fine. I don't need this. That's in modern C++, and that takes the place of giving the foo the value 42 in the constructor. So you can do that nowadays. And what is overcasting? The overcasting I was talking about was in this initializer, that this probably isn't necessary because this JSON value can be implicitly cast to that int. So I probably don't need to explicitly cast. So I guess I was making up the term overcast to mean being overly explicit in the casting. So I don't think I need to do that. Actually, I should at least be consistent, right? Consistency is important, so I should be at least consistent, but I don't think I need those. I'm putting them in for now because I ran into issues later with specifically this JSON value class that I made. Clang was telling me that it was ambiguous. The casting was ambiguous. So I just put it in. And do I have to write class name func? Oh, that was a follow-up to the making the body. Yeah, usually it's class name : in front if you're defining it in the CPP file. That's to give it the scoping correctly. So I'm all caught up now. Only there was some new stuff. Hey there, Mike and Principal. Shout out to Mike. He has several games that he's working on. One is already released called Thrusty Ship. Oops, and I mistyped the command. It's available now on Steam. Check it out. I really liked playing it. And he's also working on a roguelike game and also a Twitch channel game. And also I should give a shout out to Mr. Muffles. We have to convince him to start streaming again. He's been on hiatus, but when Mr. Muffles is streaming, he is making a Metroidvania style game in Unity, so check him out. So Bugfan, I think you're right that when they use a templated method like that, then it's a lot less ambiguous and it's more compiler friendly. And I might do that. Right now I just have many overloads or implicit typecast operators in the class. Setting up again this week. Nice. Haven't settled on the stream time? Well, let us know. Maybe you have your own Discord, so I'll be watching to see. Okay, did I catch all those messages? So playing with scissors, you don't like my C++ string type? Or were you just saying that I was missing the missing that? This is sort of a bug in the tools, I think, that it doesn't colorize that in blue. It should know that since these are types and this is also a type, it should be the same color. Unless it's trying to say, well, that's not a built-in type and only built-in types should be blue. But then why is const blue? I don't know. Maybe it's keywords only. Colorization rules. Who can understand them, right? Alright, so I'm working on this one. Right, so we won't expect a logout to be appended. So there is no peer. Don't need that. Don't need to become follower. We log in. We pretend that it was executed. We don't need to do that. And then the player, it disconnects. And what do I expect to happen? I expect that the logout to be appended directly. So that is this. I should expect that directly here. Which means I need to get that, cache that. This one. Up here. Alrighty. Yeah, string, you're correct. String is not a primitive, it's a library class. Library class, right? Simple functions like string, integer, that's actually what I do right now. The problem is that some of them are ambiguous. Here, I'll show you. So by the way, this is all in the JSON stuff is all on my GitHub. So you guys could look at it and critique it, maybe suggest improvements. It's they're all welcome to. But I have operator int, right? For example, I think the problem that Clang has is I have both int and size t, and those two types are convertible by nature. So Clang says, well, did you mean to call this one or this one? Even if I really am using it in the context where we need an int, it'll still say, oh, well, you have this, maybe you wanted to do that. Microsoft's compiler has no problem. It'll just pick that one and not complain. But Clang was in some context saying, well, you could mean that, or you could mean that, or you could even mean to make one and then use the move constructor, which is up here as well, right? Where is the move constructor? It's in lifecycle. Like, you could mean that, right? So adding an explicit casting was a workaround for that. Did you ever pick Clang? Did I pick Clang over GCC for a reason? Not a really good reason. I'm these days preferring Clang for two reasons. Actually, three, right? Because Android moved to Clang, Apple Mac moved to Clang, and the third reason would be that I just see Clang as a more pure implementation of the compiler. Clang is written in C++, and also the licensing. So Clang is less of a GNU thing, right? GCC has, in my opinion, it's tainted by the fact that it's GNU. I don't like GNU as much as I do other things like MIT or BSD license because of the like forcing everything to be free software, right? It's a political opinion, really. I just feel uncomfortable with GNU. If there's a GNU and a non-GNU, if there are two options, GNU and non-GNU, and technically on the merits, technically they're the same, I would pick the non-GNU, hands down. But it's just my opinion. Everyone's free to have their own opinion on that. Some people are really into GNU, and that's fine. That's their opinion. But I think the technical reasons of the fact that, not technical, what kind of reason would it be? Where since Android and Apple have both switched to Clang instead of GCC, I see that as a big motivation. They must have some good reasons for them to switch to it. So, does that make me just a lemming? Blindly following big corporations? I don't know, maybe. But it certainly helps when I want to build stuff on my MacBook that Clang comes with Xcode, and so I just have it. Okay, see you soon. See you on your Twitch channel, Mike. MIT and Apache, yeah. I like MIT because it's very simple. It might be too simple. The more I learn about law, the more uncomfortable I get. But I don't see why to make the license complicated when it doesn't need to be. And MIT is like extremely simple. All right. Yeah, okay, so I built that. I was going to run them. This is in the profile tests. Run them, please. Yes, so the expectation for this new behavior just isn't there. Right, so the token is just not correct at all. Yes, so that one is new. This one I didn't expect to break. What's going on here? Delete player account forwarded to leader? Oh, looks like we had a new message injected. Oh, right. Okay. So I need the feature I added about sending the current player's message is interfering with other tests. So I need to make those tests more focused. Let's do that first. So it's because of what reason? Yeah, we become a follower. So if we become a follower before the player connects, it won't be such an issue, right? Then I don't have to worry about that other message being sent. Actually, you know what would be simpler? Just tell the peer to clear its messages. So reset message receiver. That'll also fix it. More, then it doesn't matter the order, right? Probably the same thing here. Yeah, same thing. So I need to reset the receiver in the create new player test as well, for probably the same reason. Yep, so here we would do it, and that'll fix it. Spaghetti time, and I'm hungry. I need to eat lunch. I'll be going for another 20 minutes probably, then I'll get to eat something. Alright. Taunting me with your spaghetti, playing with scissors. How could you? Okay, same thing, right? So before we do our act, we're going to reset the peer's message receiver. Always spaghetti time. I would not disagree. Okay, something else is broken here. Oh, is that? Yeah, that's old code. That should not be a 2. You only expect one message. Oh, it broke. It broke! Oh, this is looking at, so it does expect 2 messages. What's going on here? I think this was just written wrong. We should just make this the array form. This thing. Where am I? Here. An array with one object in it, right? Simpler. But if I had a second one, I would be explicit about it. There we go. Okay. This the same thing. I need to reset the receiver here. No, this is different. Right, this is the new one. Right, logout appended, so that's new. That's also, yeah, so the ones that are failing are related to those tokens. So let me check in those other test fixes first, because they are things that were broken I just didn't see. Need that, need that, need that, and that, and that. Not those. These are new. Okay. That's new. Oh, that's completely, I forgot to check that one in too. And that is new. That's new. Okay, so this is just fixed tests broken by adding current players message. Let's check this one in. Add w reserve command script. This is used to update, it's really update the server code and files, and all files except for the configuration file, and then start serving the cluster again. This one I've just forgot to check in. Right, that goes... What was that for again? Actually, I'm not going to check that in yet, because this wasn't a complete solution, right? There was a problem where there are two places I need to do that, right? Oh, no, hold on. I'm getting confused. This is so that when leadership changes, we process any logouts that happen during the leadership change. Actually, that's exactly what I'm going to write. And I had a test for that. It wasn't that one. It was this one. This test. Stage, please. Right, so process logouts that happen during leadership change. When a new leader is announced, send our current list of client IDs to the new leader. The new leader will then append logout commands for any client that was previously logged in and no longer is. All right. Hey there, Jedi Potato. Okay, see you later, playing with scissors and Clavinex. Have good dinners. Bon appetit. Okay, this was adding the clear token flag. That can go in just by itself. Right, and not this one. Okay, so add clear token field to logout command. And then this, we're not done yet. Okay. Good. Thanks for the follow, Fargo Bitwise. Sorry. Fargo Bitwise. That's a pretty good name. Kind of flows off the tongue, if I could say it without having my tongue twisted. All right, so I'm kind of finishing up work on making sure that players can log in and log out cleanly in my game. So this is so people who are just joining, this is what the game journal looks like. Every line here is a command to the cluster to do something. So for example, this line is telling the cluster to record the fact that this user is no longer logged into that server under that client. And then these other more complicated ones, I can narrow them down to show you. I'll format that. So this command is saying that this is a login command. This user logged into that server through that client with that hash code for their password. And if the hash code matches, record the fact that they can log in again with that special token until that time. So there's a lot of information here. Oops. This complete journal is replicated across the cluster. So the cluster has 3 servers, and if you look at any one of the servers' journals, it should match. Because I'm using a consensus algorithm to replicate the state. So that once you create an account in the game, you can log in through any server, and then once you log in, every server knows where you are logged in. So it's implementing the Raft consensus algorithm, by the way. So yeah, I'm working on basically some unfinished features in the logout. So for example, if the server you were logged into crashes and then comes back up, we need to basically tell the cluster that any clients that were logged into that server are no longer logged in. And clients on their side will reconnect and then use their login token to re-log in. And we'll see more of those commands when it's working. So yeah, I'm working on the guts of that right now. And I'm using test-driven development. So here's, for example, one unit test. It's both documenting how the system works in this specific use case and then what we expect to happen at what point. So because the system's a bit complicated, even for this coordinator unit, there's a bit of arrangement to set up the use case, and then the thing we do is we just close our connection on the client side for the player, and then what we expect to happen is we see this journal entry logout being appended. And yeah, it's a little bit complicated to do the checking and then the setup. And one of the things I have to do whenever I refactor is to try to, as much as I can, simplify this. So some of the stuff like add test user I've made in as a helper function, so that you can just read add test user and you have an idea of what that might be doing. Mobilize server as leader of the cluster, right? So you have an idea of what that might do, even if this doesn't make much sense. Although mobilize server is not that complicated. We're just hooking it up with its dependencies. But yeah, we're going to make these tests pass now, right? They currently fail because I added this feature where if you, hold on. Let me look at the correct one here. Right, I didn't have this before, that if you disconnect from the leader that it, actually I did have this before. What's wrong? This should have been working. This shouldn't have broken. Anyway, test-driven development. You make sure the tests are correct, and then you run the tests, and when they fail, you either have a bug or you haven't finished a feature, and then you just work on trying to fix the bug or finish the feature to make the test pass. So what I just linked about Raft is the algorithm I'm using to make the cluster of servers kind of communicate and replicate the state. So like, here's the architecture, right? You have multiple realm servers or game servers, and they have the same state using that Raft algorithm, and they communicate with WebSockets between them. And then players connect in through another set of sockets on a public API. So how these guys talk and how they get the state to be synchronous, that's all covered in that white paper, really. Is there a particular person or application that got me started in computers and technology? It was a long time ago I got interested in computers. It was when I was like a young child, and it was mostly because my dad had a computer, and I was interested in seeing what he was doing, and it was just something that was really cool for me, and I got into a very young age doing it. I guess you could say I'm a nerd. Thanks for the follow, Hanworth, App Academy, and Sultan TW. Thanks for following. All right, so to figure out why this is failing, sometimes I can figure out why it's failing just off of the error message. But in this case, what it's telling me is that it got to line 999 here, and we wanted to make sure that a journal entry got added, this logout, but logout isn't being added, and it's like, I don't know why. If I knew why by the error message, I would just go fix it, but since I don't know why, I'm going to use a debugger. Thanks for following Code and System Security. That's a pretty cool name. Let's find out. So here's the debug button. What I expect to happen is it should go into the profile code and where did I close it? I did. Closed it. To go into this profile code hang up. No, it was messaging, right? Hang up. It should go into here. So I'll set a breakpoint there, run the test. Your first computer was a Commodore 64. That's comparable to what I had. I had an Apple II. Yeah, beefy 386. Actually, I think I moved to a 186, which is really just an 8086 with like some additional stuff. And then the 386 added the 32-bit, which got me into trying to figure out how operating systems worked, because when you first booted the 386, it was 16-bit, and then to get it into the 32-bit mode, you had to enable protected mode or something like that. And at the time, we had DOS, and I didn't know about Linux, or I don't even think Linux existed back then. And I wanted to like get it running in 32-bit mode. I remember that was like a challenge for me at the time. Okay, anyway, I'm going to step through this to figure out what happened. It should get to where it hangs up. We are the leader. And so here, it should append the log message. So why isn't this working? Oh, is it because it's asynchronous? Is that the reason why? Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, I know what it is then. It's asynchronous. It is a race. So to allow the thread to allow that asynchronous operation to finish before I do the check, I need to stall the thread. And I have a cheat for that, which is coordinator wait for one worker loop. Let's see if that fixes that test. No. Oh, no, it got further. The names don't match. Oh, right. Yeah, so this is just wrong. It's Alex. The server was 85. And the connection was 1. High memory, yeah. 6400 baud? I thought it was 48. Wasn't it 4800? I remember the first modem we had was 2400 baud. And then 4800 was a big deal because it was double. And then someone had like a 32 or 64K modem. We thought that was as good as you could get. Why would you need anything faster? Gosh, I'm revealing how old I am. I remember when there wasn't an internet. You would dial up to bulletin boards, and that was the equivalent of the internet back then. Go into bulletin boards and people would post stuff there. And I don't know if they were even connected to each other, or they were just separate little islands of network. It wasn't until I got to college that they were building the internet, and through the college computers you could connect to other colleges, and then you started seeing websites popping up and stuff like that. Okay. What happened here? Oh, I just didn't run it. I didn't run it again. I'm just getting distracted. I didn't run it again. Okay. So these two are new. That was not new, so I should check that in. That was a bug fix to a test. That's a race, right? Specifically, oh, this is a new test completely. Let's just pull it in with this new change. So the new change was that these other tests expect clear token to be true if you actually log out, but if you hang up, if you have a hang up, then it is not going to clear the token, which I have down here as a false. So to fix that, log out specifically, where is that? And it needs to set the clear token. Where is that? Is that in auth? No, I moved it to profile, right? On log out. There, this one. And that is delegating to here. Right, so here, I'm going to say log out, clear token true. Done. try running the test again. Pass. Pass. Yes, victory. Let's run everything. I'm gonna make sure that you don't break. Oop, see, I broke something. I broke a couple things. Look at that. To be fair, it's been a while since I ran all the tests, so I probably broke something in a previous step. Oh yeah, this is the same thing. That message snuck in. That test wasn't prepared to receive that message. Which? Line 90 of config. Okay. Right, so I have a helper thing that before we act, we do peer.reset message receiver. So we we remove any messages we might have received while we were setting things up. That should clear that. And probably the same thing here, right? Yeah, same thing. So that's in auth player. Line 833. Same thing. We have to do peer reset message receiver. How complicated is it to store passwords safely? It's not that complicated if you use a library. Let me show you. So the passwords are actually stored this way, and let me expand this. They are stored as a combination of 4 things. There's we're going to run some kind of algorithm because we don't want to store the password in the clear, because if someone were to get a hold of this game journal or the database that it's going to be stored into, or let's say you store them in a password file, right? Then there you go. All your users' passwords are now hacked, right? So instead we run an algorithm that's designed to be pretty expensive to run in order to. You can't stop hackers from recovering passwords, but you can make it very, very expensive to do so. Like, as in it takes years unless you have a supercomputer to figure out that password. It's all about hiding the password, and the popular way to hide it is through hash algorithms. So what a hash algorithm does is it takes some input. So like in this case, I think the password was correct battery horse staple. It runs it through an algorithm which basically jumbles the bits in a predictable way. And it's in a predictable way that can't be easily reversed. So you can turn that into this hash code, but it's very, very, very difficult to take this hash code and figure out what the original password was. So the idea is that you do that once when you create the player account, and then whenever they log in, you do the algorithm again, and you check that the hash codes match, because it's predictable. One-way predictable. So the best way to store it, as far as I know, is to have a pretty good algorithm. So here's an example one. It's using 512-bit secure hash algorithm. It's running a hash-based message authentication code on top of that. And then on top of that, it's using a password key. That's not password. I'll have to look it up again, but I think it's key-derived function. I forget what PB stands for, but it's yet another algorithm. So we're doing 3 algorithms combined in a sort of chain, and on top of that, we run it 1,000 times. Now, this is even too low. I'm only doing this in testing. In production, if you look it up, this PBKDF2 is only really considered secure if you run iterations like 100,000 times or more these days. And as time goes on and computers get faster, you have to increase the iteration count, increase the size of your hash, implement better algorithms. So it's a constant arms race. Password-based key? Okay, yeah. So you record what algorithm you used, how many iterations you used, and then what the end result was. And then in some algorithms, for example, the HMAC requires a second piece of information, which you pick at random, which is usually called salt. That's so that if someone had the, if you didn't use a salt, and you let's say you cracked some hash, you figure out what password it was, that if you saw that hash again, if someone used that password on a different site, you would still get a different hash because the password is combined with the salt and then hashed. So it basically adds another level of security. So you go full out using a complicated chain of hash functions with randomized input. So I said at the beginning, it's not that complicated. It's not that complicated if you use someone else's hash function, HMAC and PBKDF. If you can find these online, right? You can search for any of these three algorithms and you'll find code already written that does this. If you start with that, it's not that complicated because you just put together these pieces, run the input, you get that as the output, and you basically compare, does the output match what you've previously run? Not that complicated. The complicated part is in the implementation of these algorithms. I guess another part would be knowing which algorithms to pick and what to set for the inputs. And that you can kind of learn that just by looking up online. You just Google search these algorithms and you'll find resources that explain how they work and the right way to use them. So it is complicated if many people register, yes. So the idea is that you don't want to do this like every time someone does a command in the game. You only do this when they log in. As long as someone is only logging in like once an hour, sure, this could be an expensive thing to do, but it's only done once an hour. So it's not, so in the aggregate of time, it's not that big a deal. That said, though, if you had a lot of users, like 1 million users, that might prompt you to take this entire algorithm and offload it to another server. So like, for example, real games, like real big games like World of Warcraft, they'll have special servers that just do this. That's all they do. They're called authentication servers, right? You might have heard it if you've played these games. Sometimes the game will continue, but the automation server will be down because it's really a separate server completely. And that's just to offload the work of doing this. So anyway, yeah. It's complicated in the details, and if you pick up libraries that have already handled it for you, it's easier. All right, become a follower. Oh, thank you for the follow, Deathpacks. I missed that follow. Where was I? Oh, I was fixing up these, right? These still fail? Oh, right. These are being confused by this extra message. So a few other places I need to basically reset the message receivers. Looks like I have 2 more after this. Yeah, that's pretty much why they have queues, because they choose very, very strong hash algorithms. And the other have other things, right? So if you have 2-factor authentication, they got to go to a server that sends you a text message, and a lot of that's very expensive. So you'll end up with queues where you're waiting for the server to process your login info. Thank you for the follow, Slightly Lost and Aslan144. Slightly Lost, I hope you get found. But then again, you're only slightly lost, so maybe it's not that big a deal. Thank you for the follow, Trite. Hope I'm saying that right. Okay, I am actually over time, but I want to finish this. And I'm the boss, so I get to keep going, right? There's pluses and minuses to being your own boss. You report to yourself, so you can change the rules as long as you're willing to live with the consequences. Consequence for me is I'm hungry and I'm not able to eat while I'm streaming. Or not willing to. I could eat while I'm on stream, but you guys probably wouldn't like that. Okay, so I fixed all those tests. Let me do what I should have been doing all along, run all my tests, and I'll only commit this to Git if they're all working. And yeah, it's not that, I'm not amending. It's not that, it's take that, and that, and that, and that, and that. These ones, these are fix broken unit tests. These tests broke when current players message was added. What's my schedule? Just in case you don't have access to my stream panels, there's the command for it. So I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. But I'm still going. We're not done yet. I got to check this in at least. Everything passed, right? So this is now not clearing my login token if we don't actually explicitly log out. So do not clear login token unless logout is explicit. So commit that. Push that. I should probably do explicit logout in the front end, right? That's actually not that hard to do. So I do it this way. I say that and I'm probably wrong. In player console, this is a React app, right? So on logout right now, I think just disconnects. What does that do? So it just closes a socket. So what I kind of want to do is before I close, I should send a logout message, right? So that's like login. So like this one. Log out. So similarly, we'll do that. So we send a log out, right? And I think that's all I need to send. So we send the log out and then we disconnect. Hopefully, this is where I'm not too sure. If we disconnect too early and they haven't processed that yet, it might not work. YOLO, let's just try it out. So reserve. All right. And I'm not logged in, so let's log in. Where did I stash my super secret password? Correct horse battery stable. Log in. Oh, interesting. Did I get banned or something? Oh, that's funny. Server 11 and 12 finished, but then 10 never connected. Wonder why. Let's start over. I did change one of the command's serialization, so maybe that screwed things up. We're going to start completely over again. So register a new account. So we're logged in. We can re-log in by refresh. Oh no, it didn't work. Bad token. What happened here? Oh, log out happened. No, but clear token is false. Oh, shoot. I put that in there, but I never implemented it. Hey there, Hideo, and Perry's been here. Hello, Hideo. By the way, the chat client I use for Twitch was made by Hideo. It is called Yata. I love it. Do you want to help get device driver running for your operating system class? Well, it's for a class. That implies that you're learning how to do it. Is there something specific you're having trouble with? Let me know. I also have a Discord. If you guys ever have are stuck on something in coding, feel free to post a question there. One thing I ask is that you try to make the questions specific on something you're stuck on and have like something I like Stack Overflow rules. Minimally verifiable. Let's see if I get this right. No, I didn't get it right. Okay, I forget what my command was. I'm sure Hideo can remember. Now I feel foolish. Let me look it up. Because it's important. MVCE. Minimum complete verifiable example about your problem. So if you're stuck on something in your operating systems class and you have an example that's minimum complete verifiable, feel free to post a question here or in my Discord about it. All right, so I never implemented this using the clear token. So that is all the commands are actually done by something called an executor, and I have tests for that. I just didn't update the executor or its tests. So here we go. So I have logout. Let's duplicate logout, because then now there are two kinds of logout. There's logout do not clear login token. And then there's logout clear login token. All right, so let's set it up right. Logout clear token true. And what we expect is that the token gets cleared here. But in this alternative, we'll say logout clear token is false, and then I expect that this is not cleared. So whatever I had for the token before, Monka hey, IP address none ya business, token expiry 12345. So this will demonstrate the bug, hopefully. Executor test will fail now because it is, oh, thanks for the follow, Lesnar Eve. It is clearing, so basically it is clearing it when it shouldn't. So demonstrating the bug, now I go to the executor and fix the code to fix the test. So that is on log out. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm, oh no. It's one level, it delegates to another object, so I need to make another object's tests updated as well. That is players. It has its own logout. Right, so we need to duplicate that. Fair enough. So logout do not clear login token. Logout clear login token. And I think I will just make that another argument here. So true for clear and false for don't clear, I guess. So that is the token, right? That's the IP address, and that's the expiration, I think. Make sure I got that right. Yes. And then logout. Need to update that. Oh, there's a lot of logouts. I want the one in players. This one. Bool clear login token. And then we need to go to its declaration. Players.hpp. Here it is. All right, and we'll document it while we're here. This indicates whether or not to clear the login token. Sort of a horrible documentation because I'm repeating the very words that make up the name, but I think it's self-explanatory. It's this part. If clear login token, then do this part. There. Okay, it didn't build. I missed something. Oh, because we have this one which isn't specifying. You know what I can do is I can make a default true. That's maybe a good practice. I should be making sure I follow that. Whenever I add a parameter, default it to the old behavior. That way I don't have to change as much code. Players tests. Is that running? Okay, I'm not sure. So let's break the test. There, that should break the test. Okay, and then fix it. Sanity check. Why can't you lost in that much code? Well, the thing is, I have been building this up over time, and so I have a good idea about where everything is, but that is a good point, though. As your code gets more and more complex, like what I should be doing is probably start making outlines and guides on how to get to a certain code. Right now, I guess I'm mostly relying on the fact that there's a directory structure. So if I collapse everything, I know that these are the pieces of my server, and then I know by the names of things. I guess my guide right now is this. I have this diagram, and I have a bullet point for what everything is, and each of these names you can find in the directory structure. So this whole thing, realm server, is this realm server here. So realm server has configuration coordinator, executor, journal, players, and those are each boxes here. So if I know something is related to executing commands, right, changing the component system, it would be an executor. And so I would then dive down into here. And then I guess the next level is in the include files for these. I have all the functions and methods documented. And then in the implementation, they're also documented. So if like I had amnesia or I didn't work on this for a year and I came back, I would probably start with this diagram and this mock-up, this bulleted list, and then I would expect that these names match up with components in the directory structure, and then I would just have to get familiar with what each piece does. Yeah, and as things get more complex, like this coordinator, I broke it up into pieces. I should probably make another diagram showing how these pieces are related. Right now, I'm just relying on the fact that the names kind of give me a clue, like auth is authentication, there's messaging, the profile is player profile stuff. And so, yeah, I'm probably approaching that point where I need to make some more diagrams to help me stay oriented and figure out where everything is. Getting an error, it says you cannot open IO stream. Open IO stream. You mean like if you have a include IO stream? Something like that? And it can't open that file? That could be that your tools aren't set up, because this is an actual file on your file system somewhere. So, like if I, don't save that. If I actually did that myself in one of my files here, it doesn't matter where. If I do include IO stream, you need to have an editor or an IDE that you're comfortable with that'll let you do something like this. Find out where that file is. For me, it's in Program Files, Visual Studio, 2017 Community VC Tools, MSVC version, include IOStream. So an actual file that gets picked up when you include IOStream. If you have tools that are set up to do that, then you'll understand where IOStream should be, and then you can start to look at your build commands why they can't find the file. So my guess is you don't have the compiler set up correctly to find its own standard library headers. Because this is, you can see it's part of the tools I'm using, right? If I was using Clang, it would be some Clang thing, some Clang blah 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 include. Usually the tools that people use are set up well enough that you can find it, but it's possible to break that if you have like a typo in your build file. How's my experience with Pixie.js been? Pretty good. I have a side-by-side comparison now. Let me show you that. Between Pixie and Phaser, and I found them to be about the same. So that's here. Oh, okay, here's Pixie.js only, right? This is a little mock-up of a game I made, just to play around with Pixie and also play around with an entity component system. So recently I did a little comparison between that and Phaser. And I got it, let's see, I need to reload it. I got it to where the top is Pixie.js, the bottom is Phaser. There were some differences, like there's anti-aliasing that I couldn't get rid of in the Phaser equivalent code, but everything is pretty much the same, and I found it was about the same difficulty writing this UI in both Pixie.js and Phaser. So the advantage Phaser has over Pixie, for me, is that it has web audio also. And another thing was that it dealt with the Z order for me. I didn't have to do sorting like I do in Pixie. So I guess, in my opinion, Phaser is a little bit above Pixie for me right now. But yeah, those who don't know, Pixie.js and Phaser are two different JavaScript libraries you can use to draw graphics, like not poor graphics like mine, but any kind of graphics. So if you're an artist, you can make stunning graphics, I'm sure. I guess I'll leave that checked out, right? Go back to my normal server here. Yeah, the bigger your system gets, the more you're going to want to have diagrams like this to orient people and to remind yourself where things are. And I don't think I'm doing it well enough in this project. It's getting kind of too big and I need to have more diagrams. I only have that one and I have this one. Yeah, I need to get better. I appreciate you guys asking questions and pointing out stuff like that because it reminds me that, yeah, I probably need to go back and draw more diagrams and more notes just to stay oriented. I rely too much on memory right now to remember where things are. Like, where am I? I'm an executor, right? I was working on that. Do not clear the token, right? So I need to remember to go to executor here on logout. Oh, right, it was delegated. Only it's like, instead of defaulting it, we now have a flag, right? There we go. That should fix it. It didn't fix it. It got cleared anyway. Let's see what happens if I set a breakpoint there and hit debug. Clear token is false, so we go into that. So it should not have cleared them. What is it set to now? It's already cleared. Well, maybe that's our problem. It's already been cleared. That could mean that the test is wrong. Oh yeah, I simulated the command, but I never actually executed it. So the execution of the command would be something like players add Alice log. Oh, we actually need to make a record. Let's do that. Actually, let's make the record up here. Oh no, I have it. Create player record. Only with this stuff in it, so it's actually different. Let me think about this. Okay, really what I want to do is make Realm server player record called Alice. And let's just move this stuff in there. Alice email is that, and then this record could be Alice. And then when we make these changes, we'll pull it from Alice. So Alice dot. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. That add goes up here. This down here is players log in, right? Right. So it's Alice. And then yeah, right. I just forgot to do this completely. We're simulating all of the pieces other than the one we're testing. So we're simulating the players, we're simulating the journal, we're simulating the executor, all that stuff. Client, what else does it want? Token, right, login token, IP address, login expiry, and the time. Login time, last login time? Oh, I guess we just pick a number. Pick a number, any number. How about 0? I don't care. Okay. Let's see if that fixed it. No. Okay, so it's still not correct when we get here, I guess. Yeah, it's still not correct. How come that's not working? That should have done that, unless I got something wrong here. Let's see what login does. Thanks for the follow, Colin Stevens. Breakpoint there, debug. We have a record for Alice. Maybe this is not correct. No, it's correct. So Alice. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong stuff. Right here. Okay, here it's set. Got it. Okay. So when we get to here, what happens? It's under auth. I need to look. Yeah, it's already cleared. How'd that happen? I'm not understanding something here. Put a breakpoint here, and let's go again. And then we look at the players now. Peeking inside the records here. Yeah, it's not set. What? So the executor never actually... Did it undo that? Is that what happened? Okay, that's correct. Well, what happened? Something I'm not getting here. It got unset somehow, and this is all messed up. Breakpoint. Breakpoints everywhere to see what's going on. It should not be set at this point, but after this it should be set. Okay. Step through. Do records, Alice, second, auth. Okay, it is set. Is this the one that's doing it? It did. Look at that. Some stuff got changed on me. Yeah, look at that. Oh shoot. I'm being dumb. Executor does that for us. Yeah, I'm just being stupid. So wait a minute. If it does it for us, why is it never getting there? It shouldn't just get to there. It should have gone to, it should have gotten here. So that means there's something wrong, or something I'm not understanding here. It should have told the executor to, the executor should have seen that login command. So executor log on login should have happened. Maybe it's one of these. Let's see. Probably I screwed something up in the test. Hey there, said who? Oh, you were here a while ago and I forgot to say hi. Let me say hi again. I might have already said hi. I might have forgotten. I get distracted when I'm working. Okay, there's the login command. I bet I did something wrong here. Oh, yeah, I'm not logging in correctly. I didn't hash the pass. Right. We can't just say login. We have to actually do a correct login here. Which means I have to have a correct hash. Oh, shoot. Okay. Is that the only place I need to do that? I guess I'll have to copy from another test. Auth, I guess? Player auth? Auth player? Compute hash, password hash. Here we go. Here we go. So I have to do something like this. No. Actually, wouldn't add test user do this? Yeah, this stuff. So I need to do all of that here and create on Alice. Instead of Alex, it's Alice. And I can pick anything I want here. How about 1? And does it matter? I still need to base 64 encode it. I can pick whatever I want. PJ Salt. And I need that helper. I have several copies of this helper around. Let's just pull this one. Anonymous. Compute password hash. Oh, I already had an anonymous namespace. Okay, collapse that. All right. Good. So compute the hash, and the password will be hunter2. And it's, see if I do that right. Sometimes I screw this up. It is, this one's base64 encoded, this one's not. So it's just PJ salt. And it's just one, okay. So then we store it, and then I have to make sure I use the same hash when we log in. So the login here, hash has to match. Now it should log in. Oh, what did I do wrong? Oh, I'm pulling in, there's a bunch of dependencies. These three have to be pulled in as well. Byte string from vectors, not a member of realm. Oh, right, that's another dependency from utilities. And it's only that many levels up? Cool, all right. That fixed it. Cool, all right. Nice. Everything working? We can try it out for real. As long as it's all working, so reserve. Reserve. And then we don't need that. Okay, so should be able to log in now, right? Log in. Bad password. Oh, did I reset everything? Oh, the hash did change. What did I set for my password? Did I not use correct battery horse staple? I guess I'll, you know what I'll do is I will say, I forgot. Request a password reset token. And then we'll look and take it out. I haven't tested this in a while, so let's make sure that this works. And then the idea is it was to be sent an email where that becomes a link. And then I can set reset the password this way. There we go. Got a token. And I can oh, I can't do the token thing. Refresh and uses the same token. Nice. Okay, so password reset works. We have the new set password works. It login without clearing the token, and we can log back in again. Nice. So what was the other, the way this caused the problem originally is when we kill the server we're connected to. 11 is the leader now. Let's kill him. Make sure, let's just do some testing here. So I should be able to kill the leader. 11. Actually, let me just kill the follower. 10. That's this one. Then we get logged out, but it logs back in once the server comes back up, right? Oh, except for that other bug. It never starts listening to 8084 because it doesn't get another message from the leader. So I really need to kill the leader for this to work again. 11 is 13072. 13072. Now a new leader gets picked and we log in. So I'm just down to one bug then. Log in. There's the new leader took over. We logged into the new leader. Or we logged into server 10. Who's the leader? The leader is a 12. Okay. All right. There's just one bug left to fix. Let me check in the work so far. So log out now optionally does not clear the token. Let me check this. Let's check this in actually. Oh, I never tested this. I should test it before I check it in. This first then. Make clearing login token optional or logout command. All right. Let me test the logout explicit. So if there's our cluster, there's our journal, what happens if I hit logout? So we should have seen it send the logout message. It should have appended logout with clear token. Okay, so it worked. Nice. So this clears the token from the database once we have one. And the client clears its token, so next time I refresh, it won't try to log in with the token. It will require the password. Super secret password. Log in. And you get a new token. And we're client 2 this time. Nice. Okay, so that works. Let's check it in. I was worried that disconnecting right after sending a text message would cause the message to get... It would cause the connection to be dropped before the message was fully sent. Actually, it still might be the case. There might be a race there. I'm not sure. I might... Let me make a note of that to look at later. Yes, notes. Double check that when we send a text message through JS WebSocket, then disconnect the WebSocket, that the disconnect is not racing. Actually, one way to do it would be to delay... Oh, no, actually don't know. We could delay the sending of the logout. If we could delay that so that to prove that that's not racing, then that would be nice, but I don't know how to do that. It's not racing the send. If disconnect... we don't want disconnect to actually close the socket before the text message was fully sent or received, really. So that, I'm not sure how to do that right now, so I'm going to do it later. So player console, send logout message before disconnecting. Oh, on log, when logging out. Yeah, but before it was enough to just disconnect. Now we want to send a logout to explicitly clear our token from the server side. All right, so the bug right now, let me try to repro it. It would be if we're connected, which we are, and we were to kill the server that we're connected to, and it's not the leader, right? So if I kill server 10 right now, 9316. We'll see the bug happen. I'll try to explain what the bug is. They killed server 10. Server 10 gets relaunched. It replays its log, but it never... You should see it now listening on port 8084 when it's caught up on the log. But right now it thinks it's never caught up on the log because it's not... It only does that check when it receives a no-op command from the current leader, but it's backwards. It's processing that no-op command and then discovering who the leader is, so that's the problem. Okay, see ya too, bud. Getting late in the EU? Yeah, it's what, 11:41 in the UK? It's 10:41 PM in UTC. All right, so that's the bug. Let me see if I understand this correctly. I should see when it receives a no-op command, right? So that is where? Where is that? UTC +1, all right. Yeah, I am in UTC -8, I think. Is that right? Sometimes it's -7, depending on daylight savings time. Take a look at TCP linger options if you want to make sure you do a graceful socket close. The problem is that there are multiple levels. So on top of the TCP socket, there's the WebSocket, which is really just a hijacked HTTP connection. So in the client, when we say disconnect, I'm actually not sure what levels it's really disconnecting on. Like, I don't know. Or actually, it's close. This socket is actually a WebSocket. So WebSocket close, I don't know, does that mean actually close the entire stack down? Or it could mean a graceful close where we send a close frame. If we're sending a close frame, then it's not erased because the close frame is going to sit in the queue behind the text message frame. So we're good. If this close means shut the whole stack down, then it could shut down everything before the frame for the text message is actually sent. Ooh, distraction time. Said who has made a nice shader toy for us to look at. What have you made and or found today? Oh, is this a fractal? Sierpinski carpet. Is this a form of fractal? Or is this not complicated enough to be called a fractal? Okay, it is a fractal. Yeah, said who likes to make and play around with GPU shaders in this shader toy stuff. Very cool. I always recommend if you're learning math and if you have an awesome teacher who demonstrates math through graphics, this is like the perfect way to do it because most of what you do in shaders is just math. And the output of that math is pretty pictures. So in this case, the math is a fractal and it's being drawn by the shader. If you don't know what a shader is, it is a... Well, it's two things. Shader hardware is in your graphics processor. Shader software is a program that's run to compute the actual color to draw for every single pixel. So this little program is drawn, you know, millions of times, once for every pixel on screen, every frame. So 60 times a second for every column of every row in this window, it's going to run this program. So that's pretty awesome when you think about it. GPUs are awesomely fast. Nice. Okay, so right, the bug in when we receive a no-op command, right? So that is in coordinator, what is it, raft? It's when a leadership is changed. I actually can't remember. Okay, I guess I can just search for bind public, right? Where is it actually done? Oh, here it is. Okay, so it's when a journal entry is committed. If it is a null command from the current term, then we do that. I think the solution is to do it in a second place, which would be when a leader is discovered. If that leader's term is the same as the last entry in our journal, right? Actually, I guess it'd be safer to do it when it's committed. Let me think about this. I guess it's okay to constantly call it, because if we call it more than once, what does it do? It'll just return true right away after checking some things. So we could just do it. We can do it on every commit. Right. Actually, shouldn't this happen anyway? Let's see the order of these things. The only problem is I'm not printing out a message when the leader is discovered. Oh, actually I am, but it's a lower level message. Fractal is really just a union of repeated box sign distances. Yeah, I kind of figured that out. It's like the golden ratio. You know, if you heard that one? Golden ratio. This one. Golden spirals, that's what it is. This is a fractal. And this is made by making an arc. You can see it. It's making an arc from one corner to another, and then taking the remainder of the rectangle and then making another square and then making an arc, then taking the remainder again, making a square, making another arc, and you just repeat that. And if you made the original rectangle with one side is unit 1 length and the other one is 1 plus 1 over the golden ratio, then you get this repeating effect that's really cool when you see it like that. Just repeats forever and forever. That's the same kind of thing, right? You want to do that now? Go for it. And then you'll get to understand what the golden ratio is. It's where A plus B over A equals A over B. Or I'm sorry. The ratio is defined as the number which is equal to, I'm not reading this correctly. If you have two numbers A and B, they're in the golden ratio if they're sum divided by one quantity is equal to that quantity over the other. The ratio is the same as the ratio of their sum to the larger of the two. Okay, it's hard to explain. That's why we have Wikipedia, right? But the golden ratio comes up in UI design, right? Where you want to have your main screen be A and the rest of the screen be B, and A, B, is that the golden ratio? It turns out to be like the best ratio for user experience or something like that. Cool, all right, so I'm confused now because this has actually happened when we discover who the leader is, right? And by that time, we've already replayed the entire log. Oh, that's right. We're playing the log first, so we actually never see a journal commit. So we should just do this always whenever a leader is announced, right? If we already have an entry in their term. Wait. This should get called again. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. Oh, this isn't... No. I keep thinking I've discovered the problem, and then I'm like, oh no, that's not right. Yeah, I don't really understand why this doesn't work. Because it's going to replay all of these journal entries, but it won't have committed them until the new leader says, yeah, you can commit all of those. And then it should have gone into on journal commit and done that. This might take me a while to figure out. Maybe I should do it another day or do it post-stream. I need to eat something. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it and make this a problem for either off-stream or to do tomorrow. So let me see how did I do in accomplishing my stuff? Okay, I didn't do this yet. I did all of this stuff. Yes. Okay, so I accomplished this part, and I still have this to do, so I'll probably either do that tomorrow or I'll do it off stream. When I figure out what I'm going to do, I'll post it here in my notes. So if you go to the today command, you'll end up on this page, and I'll have a 129 tonight sometime. And also I've been slacking on this, but I'm also trying to keep my Trello up to date. Actually, these we did today, so I can mark this one as done. This one was already done. So I'll update my notebook and Trello to show what I'm going to be doing tomorrow and come back to this tomorrow. So my schedule, again, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific. In the meantime, I have a Discord channel. in which I will post to the announcements channel when I'm about to go online. And also, if there's any questions you guys have about coding, feel free to use my Discord to ask questions. Hey there, Max. Maxim Malvido. I'm about to end the stream, so sorry. It's way over, actually. I've gone 52 minutes over my normal schedule, and I'm hungry. So I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to end the stream. But let me leave you guys with someone interesting. Let's see who we can raid. Oh, Leland. He's pretty much the only guy. Okay, there's a couple other people, but I haven't raided Leland in a while. Let me make sure he's still going. He's been going almost 2 hours now. He's working on... Looks like he's working on pixel... importing some free pixel art and playing around with it. So if you don't know Leland, he's been making a game... It's an action RPG, and up till now he's been using Lua with the Love 2D engine, but he's recently talked about porting to Unity. And what's this? I'm seeing... Oh, I accidentally ran something there. Anyway, I'll leave you guys with Leland. Thanks for the follow, T-Fang one. Let me just get this set up. Okay. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day, your night, your morning, your evening, wherever you may be, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!